What's up, everybody? We are live. I've got Rick D here with me, also known as CSIReferee in many of the same circles that I run in. We're here to watch, cover, do commentary on this video that I honestly think it needs to be covered more. It's never, it's not talked about much, and it's basically it shows the whole playbook of what the communists were trying to do. And if it doesn't scare you after seeing what this former KGB spy talks about and how our country is going, then you're not really paying enough attention. Go ahead, Rick. Introduce yourself. Let people know where they can find you. Your links are in the description as well, but for those who don't know you.
Hi. Mostly on X and Rumble. I don't do anything on YouTube. It's just not worth it. I mean,
Yeah.
other than watch some stuff on it, but
It's hard because I find myself censoring myself more than I want to when I'm on YouTube.
yeah,
And then
exactly. That's why.
and eventually it's just like, okay, I'm cutting off YouTube because I'm getting a little too close to the border.
Well,
But
YouTube's latest thing is, oh, another channel that does renovations. Oh, another channel that does sailing. Yeah, you're not original enough, so we're canceling your channel.
so
It's not
lame.
original
So
idea content.
Rick
So
here is a paratrooper, which is cool as shit. The guy jumped out of helicopters, and that's pretty badass.
a few helicopters, mostly airplanes, a few helicopters.
Did you served in wartime?
6,158 I'm currently at.
You served in wartime, right?
Officially or unofficially.
Okay, there we go.
Let's see. Grenada. I was one of the guys that went into Panama after Noriega. I was in Somalia. I was in Bosnia. I did 2 tours in the DMZ and Korea. First Gulf War.
Yeah.
A few other places that we weren't officially at.
I'm sure there's a lot of places we weren't officially at.
One file, it says I was stationed in Honduras, but you know that base was like 500 meters from the Nicaragua border.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Yeah, I don't want to get you in trouble, you know, but
Oh, you're not. You're
I,
not.
I I know
It is
we've done
no
some things with.
secret anymore that we helped in Nicaragua.
Yeah, I mean, all I'm gonna say is we didn't. I'm in Miami, where we pretty much. When I was growing up, it was mostly. I mean, there were still some white people here at the time. Now there's white people, but they're transplants, and they all live like in the rich bougie areas. But I lived in the suburbs, and it was all like pretty much mostly Cubans. There were some Puerto Ricans, and there were some Dominicans when I was growing up. Every once in a while, you'd see like a stray Colombian or Argentinian, right? Like a stray South American. And now it's like maybe only 50% of the Hispanic population is Cuban. When I was a kid, it was like probably 80%. And there's a whole lot of Nicaraguans and Central Americans. The only thing we don't have now, it's basically like inverse California, where they kind of have all the Hispanics except the Islanders. Well, we have all the Hispanics, but instead of Mexicans, replace that with Islanders. So it's like Cubans, Puerto Ricans, and Dominicans are the main ones, but a lot of Nicaraguans, Colombians, Ecuadorians, Venezuelans now too, Argentinian. I mean, all the places that you were unofficially not at. Yeah, it's an interesting topic. I'm curious to get your opinion. What's your opinion on the whole Venezuela getting Maduro out of there thing?
Well, we have a history of it.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, like I said, I was one of the guys that went in after Noriega. He was the president of Panama. Uh, there have been leaders of other countries that we have gone and charged in our history. It doesn't happen that often. That particular situation, yeah, the only way that guy was leaving is if another country came in and removed him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, do you think it was a good thing for us to go in or and do
I
it,
think
or?
we're the only ones at this point in the world that could have.
Yeah, my opinion, I'm typically very anti-interventionalist. And in this case, I was actually not happy with us going in, but not because I think it's a bad thing. Like I think we have the Monroe Doctrine for a reason. And I think that there are certain instances where we probably should use it, like when China's trying to you know, have influence on the largest oil reserve in the world. I just wish he would have gotten our economy rolling first so that he
Oh,
could.
it's more than just oil with China though.
Well, yeah, it's also the rare earth minerals and all that, right?
Yep. In Africa, yeah.
Yeah, they're basically doing the conquest, but with economic stuff instead of military stuff. A shout out to King Yeti, who's out there in the chat. Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Um, I just wish he would have gotten our economy rolling first, because it kind of just looks like, oh, we're going to war. We're not really helping the American people. But I was just curious, since you've been out there so much, what your take on it was. So, um, awesome. Let's get this video started. All right, guys. So this is Yuri Bezmenov. It's a 1984 interview that he did, and he talks about his time in the KGB, and he talks about how they were they were playing the long con on spreading communism. Very interesting video.
Officer of the General Staff of the Soviet Army. He was inspector of land forces, Soviet troops stationed in countries like Mongolia, Cuba, East European countries. This is the picture taken at the entrance of my Institute of Oriental Languages. It's a part of Moscow State University. As every Soviet student, I was, quote unquote, volunteering for harvesting grain in Kazakhstan. By the end of my training in school, I was recruited by the KGB. This picture was taken on that day, and you can see again how happy it feels to be recruited by the KGB. Pay special attention to number of bottles on the table. One of my functions was to keep foreign guests permanently intoxicated the moment they land at Moscow airport. In 1967, the KGB attached me to this magazine, Look magazine. A group of 12 people arrived to USSR from the United States to cover the 50th anniversary of October Socialist Revolution in my country. From the first page to the last page, it was a package of lies.
Our conversation is with Mr. Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov. Mr. Bezmenov was born in 1939 in a suburb of Moscow. He was the son of a high-ranking Soviet Army officer. He was educated in the elite schools inside the Soviet Union and became an expert in Indian culture and Indian languages. He had an outstanding career with Novosti, which was and still is, I should say, the press arm or the press agency of the Soviet Union. It turns out that this is also a front for the KGB. One of his interesting assignments was to brainwash foreign diplomats when they visited Moscow. And he'll tell us a little bit about how they did this and how they planted information which eventually wound up in the press of the free world. He escaped to the West in 1970 after becoming totally disgusted with the Soviet system, and he did this at great risk to his life. He certainly is one of the world's outstanding experts on the subject of Soviet propaganda and disinformation and active measures. Mr. Bezmenov, I'd like to begin by having you tell us a little bit about some of your childhood memories.
Well, the most vivid memory of my childhood was Second World War, or to be more precise, the end of the Second World War, when all of a sudden, United States, from a friendly nation, which helped us to defeat Nazism, turned overnight into a deadly enemy. And it was very shocking because all newspapers were trying to present an image of belligerent, aggressive American imperialism. Most of the things that we were taught is that United States is aggressive power, which is just about to invade our beautiful, free socialist country, that American CIA is dropping Colorado beetles on our beautiful potato fields to eliminate our crops. And each schoolboy had a picture of Colorado bug on the back page of his notebook. And we were instructed to go into collective fields to search for those little Colorado bugs. Of course, we couldn't find any. Neither we could find many potatoes. And that was explained again by the encroachments of the decadent imperialist power. The anti-American paranoia, hysteria in the Soviet propaganda was to such of such a higher degree that many less skeptical people or less stubborn would really believe that the United States is just about to invade our beautiful motherland, and some secretly hope that it will come true.
That's interesting.
Yes.
Well, getting back to life inside the Soviet Union or inside communist countries in general, in this country, at the university level primarily, we read and hear that the Soviet system is different from ours, but not that different, and that there is a convergence developing between all of the systems of the world, and that really it doesn't make an awful lot of difference what system you live under because you have corruption.
That's really kind of the Soviet, the communist dream, isn't it? That's what they all try to sell us. Whenever you hear these like internet commies talk about like, Russia did communism wrong, blah blah blah, and they say, oh, it's not that. They say China does market socialism, and look, they're great, and all this other stuff about.
Yeah, go ask a Uyghur how great China is.
Yeah, go ask them. Go ask any of the people who work in. I don't think they're all the Uyghur slaves only that work in those, like Foxconn, the Apple headquarters or main manufacturing area. But anyone who works in any of those, I mean, they have suicide nets outside there because the people are jumping off of the building. Like anywhere that communism has spread, as we all know. Like, look, I'm half Cuban. Miami is about half Cuban actually right now too, and it's not half Cuban because the Cubans didn't love hanging out at the beach on that beautiful island. It's because communism fucking sucks.
The,
Re-
the concept of communism is actually not a bad idea. What was originally put on paper, the idea of, hey, everybody works collectively, everybody gets a part, we all take care of each other. The problem is you always get that certain sector of the people that go, but I gotta be in charge.
Oh yeah, it's always the implementation. I mean, there has to be some kind of governing body to decide where we need the workers and uh what our national focus should be. And that person, once they get power, their power is pretty much ultimate, right? So ultimate power corrupts ultimately, right? And it's not I think that's not the only issue with communism, obviously, right? Like, I'm
Oh
definitely
no.
as far from communist as you can be, really. I'm like a minarchist, but um it's also, if I work hard, it's the same thing with unions, right? Have you ever had a union job, or have you been just military?
Yeah, I belong to 2 unions.
Okay, so you know how it is with unions. You always have like the lazy fucks, right? And then you have like the hard workers, but there's no benefit to being a hard worker because it's just you're there and that's it. You're kind of just gonna get the same treatment. Like, if the lazy fuck doesn't come into work a week straight, well, that's just how it is, and he's not gonna get fired, and he's gonna get the same pay that you're getting because it's all union, union bargained for. So it's yeah, it's pretty bad. That's the other thing. So, like, if you have someone like, I hate to put him out there because I really hate this guy Elon, who's willing to put in 80 hours a fucking week or more working, then he's not going to get any benefit from putting in all that extra time. So, like, it kind of demotivates people. That's like the cheesy right wing talking point that everyone always brings up, but it's definitely true. We got CW and Third Railify in the chat. Elon Musk is not my daddy, Sean. All right, you take that back.
Third
Okay.
Railify's in the chat?
Yeah, he is. Is it really
I
him?
thought they were traveling.
They are. I don't know. Maybe Gina's driving. He. I'm shocked that he would allow Gina to drive. I would trust a woman to drive. That's you're risking it, buddy. I say I hate him because it's true. I fucking hate the guy. I don't know why it's not showing up on my thing here though. That's weird. I have a thing that's supposed to bring up my chats in OBS, but it's not doing the thing. Try it again. Yeah, so let's get back to the video. Yeah, but communism sucks, guys. And fuck you, Sean. I hate Elon.
And dishonesty and tyranny and all that sort of thing. From your personal experience, what is the difference between life under communism and life in the United States?
Well, life is obviously very much different for simple reason that the Soviet Union is a state capitalist economically. It's a state capitalism where an individual has absolutely no rights, no value. His life is nothing. It's just like an insect. He is disposable. Whereby in the United States, even the worst criminal is treated as a human being. He has a fair trial, and some of them capitalize on their crimes. They publish their memoirs in their prisons and get handsomely paid by your crazy publishers. The differences, of course, in the daily life are very various, depending on whom we are talking about. In my own private life, I never suffered from communism simply because I was brought up in a family of high-ranking military officer. Most of the doors were open for me. Most of my expenses were paid by the government, and I never had any troubles with the authorities or with the police. So in other words, I would say I enjoyed, or I had good reasons to enjoy all the advantages of so-called socialist system. My main motivations to defect had nothing to do with affluence. It was mainly moral indignation, moral protest, rebellion against the inhuman methods of the Soviet system.
Well, specifically, what did you object to?
I objected, first of all, against oppression of my own dissidents and intellectuals. And that was the most disgusting thing that I witnessed as a young man, young student, who was brought up at a very troublesome period in our history, from Stalin to Khrushchev, from total tyranny and oppression to some kind of liberalization. Second, when I started working for the Soviet embassy in India, to my horror, I discovered that we are millions times more oppressive than any colonial or imperialist power in the history of mankind. That my country brings to India not freedom, progress, and friendship between the nations, but racism, exploitation, and slavery. And of course, economical inefficiency to this country. Since I fell in love with India, I developed something which by KGB standards is extremely dangerous thing. It's called split loyalty. When an agent likes a country of assignment more than his own country.
I guess that was before the all the street foods.
Mm-hmm.
God,
Well,
you know,
it was back when Indira Gandhi was uh what was her title in India? Premier?
sure. I think they have a premier, right? Or is it a prime minister? I don't know. That's a good.
It used to be a prime minister when they were part of the British Empire. I can't remember what they call it now. They've changed a couple of times, and I can't remember exactly what they call it now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure originally it was a prime minister because they were a colony of the British Empire, so they probably stuck to their verbiage at first, but probably they probably had a backlash and said, no, fuck this, we don't want to be British anymore. And now we have all these fun videos to watch of them online.
Literally fell in love with this beautiful country, a country of great contrasts, but also great humility, great tolerance, and philosophical and intellectual freedoms. My ancestors used to live in caves and eat raw meat when India was a highly civilized nation 6,000 years ago. So obviously the choice was not to the advantage of my own nation. I decided to defect and to entirely dissociate myself from that brutal regime.
Mr. Bezmenov, we've read a lot about the concentration camps and the slave labor camps under the Stalin regime. Now the general impression in America is that those things are part of the past. Are they still going on today, or what is the status?
Yes. There is no qualitative change in the Soviet concentration camp system. There are changes in numbers of prisoners. Again, this is unreliable Soviet statistics. We don't know how many political prisoners are there in the Soviet concentration camps, but we sure know from various sources that at each particular time there are close to 25 to 30 million of Soviet citizens who are virtually kept as slaves in forced labor camp system. The size of the population of a country like Canada is serving terms as prisoners.
Incredible.
So I would say that those intellectuals who try to convince American public that concentration camp system is a thing of a past are either conscientiously misleading public opinion or they are not very intellectual people. They're selectively blind. They don't.
That also goes back to what we were saying earlier about the Uyghurs, right? The
Mhm.
Soviets did the same thing. They had the gulags where they'd send anyone who even gave them a remote issue or spoke out against them went to the gulags where they did forced labor. So it's very much like the Chinese, and he even described it as a what do you call it, market capital or market socialism, where they aren't fully socialists. CW, I cannot make rockets or satellites. However, I also am not asking the government to give me billions of taxpayer funds to make my riches. That's the issue I have with Elon. He's basically like communism for the corporations instead of the other way around where the government takes stuff from him. Now, if these people who become trillionaires off of government subsidies had to then pay back the taxpayers with a good amount of interest, then I might not be so opposed to it. But what's Elon really is what is I like what he did with X, right? No, I couldn't make rockets, CW. We know that. I'm not a fucking rocket scientist. If I was, I wouldn't be streaming. I'd be rocket scientisting.
To be fair, you could make a rocket. Whether it would work or not is a different story.
True. Very true. Very, very true. But yeah, I my issue with Elon is mainly just, he got government subsidies to make electric cars, right? He sold PayPal, so he got rich off of that, but he wasn't rich enough to make his electric cars, I guess. So he got government subsidies because, the world needs green energy. And then he used taxpayer dollars to make cars that most people can't afford. And then he also didn't even make money off of selling the cars. He made money off of selling the green credits he was getting to the companies that he was allegedly railing against because they're big polluting companies so that they could continue to pollute. It's all just a scam of like government funds and subsidies. And that's why I don't like Elon, because he's a fraud in my opinion.
You know Elon got no government money for Tesla, right?
He gets credits, green energy, carbon credits, whatever the fuck they're called.
Every electric vehicle manufacturer gets
Right.
those. Ford does, Chevy does, Honda does, Toyota does. They all do.
Right, but that's subsidies.
That's a tax credit.
Yeah, so then he goes and sells them, and that's how he's profitable with Tesla. And don't get me wrong, I
No,
didn't want to like the Teslas. They're fucking amazing. I rented one once. They're amazing cars. I did not want to like those things. But
and Elon actually didn't even found Tesla.
yeah, no, he bought it. He bought it off of the
Well, no, he
guys who did.
invested in it and became a majority shareholder. It was started by two engineers.
I thought he bought it outright. I didn't know he went
No, he didn't buy Martin Eberhard and his last name Sharpenning. I can't remember his first name. They actually founded it, and the initial run-up cost of it was 7.5 million, and Elon invested 6.5 of that.
Gotcha. Yeah, my issue with Elon is just how he made the money. Like to me, that's like you're scamming the system. Uh, Whatever. You can like him if you want, but I don't. That's my reasons.
It has nothing to do with life.
Well, yeah, no,
If the
I'm
government offer, if you own XYZ company and you produce square widgets and you find a way to make them less toxic, and the government goes, "Oh, hey, we'll allow you to deduct the money that you invest in developing these square non-toxic widgets from your corporate income taxes to encourage you to keep developing these non-toxic things." What business owner wouldn't do that? You know who else took advantage
Oh no,
of
for
that?
sure. And
Chrysler,
I'm
Ford, Honda, Hyundai, Toyota, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Martin Marietta. There is not a big corporation in this country that has not got some type of tax subsidy from both the federal and the state government of the state that they're in.
yeah, no, definitely. And I'm pro abolishing. I'm pro going back to what we used to have. Just for the record, which was we had tariffs and we had taxes. We had high taxes on corporations that did business. That basically what we would call a multinational corporation now. Businesses that have offices overseas and they're not American, exclusive companies.
Yeah, they
Uh,
pay tariff on the product they send into the United States.
and then American companies shouldn't have to pay taxes like how it used to be, and American citizens shouldn't have to pay taxes. But the
Well,
thing is, we
if
have
you actually read the amendment for the income tax, it was supposed to expire in like 1920.
yeah, it was just to help with the that's actually
With
not the
World War
first
One.
the first income tax
World War
was
One.
well, it was actually Lincoln and it was temporary. It was to raise money for
Yeah.
the Civil War. And then
Yeah,
the
but
World War One they
the
did it
amendment
again.
that we use for our modern day income tax structure was what Wilson got put through to help pay for World War One, and it too was supposed to be temporary.
Yeah. Yeah,
And then when
definitely.
it was supposed to expire, the Congress went back and made it permanent.
Yeah, it's all fucking comedy gobbledygook. The tax system is fucked. And then they raised it, and then all the leftists say, well, it was like you guys want to go back to the 50s. Well, the top income tax was 90% for the richest of the rich people. It's like none of them paid that shit. No one ever pays the top income tax unless they're like functionally retarded and don't have like good money people behind them, because there's always you know there's always deductions you can invest, you can buy. Politicians are usually
You know how you solve that problem? Get Congress to remove the deductions.
yeah, well, I don't want them to, I want them to remove the taxes and just tax the
Oh, no,
corporations that do the multinational stuff and then cut everything, like literally everything, but they won't do
it
that.
would be nice. It's never going to happen. But
Yeah,
it would be nice.
they won't cut everything. Like I mean, and I'm not one of these like yeah, I believe we shouldn't be spending what we spend. I also believe that we do need a strong military. I also believe though that we have, I think it's like 189 bases worldwide, and that's just the ones we know about. I don't think we need 189 bases worldwide to house military all over the world. I think we need to like
It used to be more than that.
yeah, I think we need to bring our people home and not spend so much on that kind of stuff. And just have a well equipped military that's ready to go whenever something crazy is going to happen, but just in case. But yeah.
Heck. I actually don't know the number right now because they've done a bunch of closures and turned a bunch of Air Force bases and Army posts into joint bases and active military
Sec. They
bases.
told me you're echoing. See if I can fix that.
That's me typing.
Oh no, they said your voice was echoing. I'm just gonna add an echo filter to it. Talk.
Domestically, we have 335 active military installations, and we have 128 active bases in 40 foreign countries.
Is the echo better, guys? I just added an echo filter. Let me know if it's better. And yeah, it's King Yeti's saying we really only need like a $500 billion budget for our military, and I kind of agree with him. Like, we're not going to get invaded. Like, who's going to invade us? We have more guns than people in the country. But we do need, the spy stuff we do on other countries, I think is fine. Having missiles to defend or to attack if we need to do that, having the top of the top fighter jets and all that. Yeah, I completely agree, Yeti. Is that a no to the echo is not gone?
Let me make sure it's not something on my end.
They're saying that you sound like you're talking in a 20,000 square foot empty bathroom.
Well,
That's
I'm
very specific.
talking in a room that's probably 20 feet by 10 feet.
Bigger than mine.
Yeah, I don't know, because I've got my mic monitors under my headphones and I don't hear any echo.
Sec. Let me. All right, talk.
Yes. Is that better?
No, you're echoing. I'm. Okay. It's echoing so much. I have you. I turned on the monitor and I'm listening to you through just the monitoring of OBS's output, and it's pretty bad. See if there's anything else I can add to it. Fix it. That guys. Working through technical difficulties sucks, but we're ironing out the kinks week by week.
Let me make sure my audio source is well. By the way, let me make sure I'm actually using that microphone or not for the microphone on the webcam.
Okay. Let me know.
Okay, how's that?
See, do it again.
How's that?
Oh yeah, there you go. That's the one.
Yeah, that's what it was. I've never used this program before. It defaulted to the microphone on my webcam.
Uh yeah, that happens. Let's get back to Yuri.
They lack intellectual honesty when they say that.
Well, we've spoken about the intellectuals in this country and also the intellectuals in the Soviet Union. What about down at the broad mass level? Do the people in general, the working people, the workers in general in the Soviet Union, do they support the system? Do they tolerate it? What is their attitude?
Well, average Soviet citizen, if there is such an animal, of course, does not like the system because it hurts, it kills. He may not understand the reasons. He may not have enough information or educational background to understand. But I doubt very much there are many people who are conscientiously supporting the Soviet system. There are not such people in USSR. Even those who have all the reasons to enjoy socialism, people like myself, who were a member of journalistic elite, they also hate system for different reasons, though. Not because they lack material affluence, but because they are unfree to think, they are in constant fear, duplicity, split personality. And this is the greatest tragedy for my nation.
Well, what do you think are the chances of the people actually overcoming their system or replacing it?
There is a great possibility that system will sooner or later be destroyed from within. There is a self-destructive mechanism built into any socialist or communist or fascist system, because there is lack of feedback, because the system does not rely upon loyalty of population. But until this Soviet junta is being supported by the Western so-called imperialists, that is, multinational companies, establishments, governments, and let's face it, intellectuals, so-called academia in the United States is famous for supporting the Soviet system. As long as the Soviet junta will keep on receiving credits, money, technology, grain deals, and political recognition from all these traitors of democracy or freedom, there is no hope, there is not much hope for changes in my country, and the system will not collapse by itself simply because it's being nourished by so-called American imperialism. This is the greatest paradox in history of mankind, when capitalist world supports and actively nourishes its own destroyer, destructor.
I think you're trying to tell us something.
Oh,
in
yes.
This country.
I'm trying to tell you that it has to be stopped unless you want to end up in Gulag system and enjoy all the advantages of socialist equality. Working for free, catching fleas on your body, sleeping on the planks of plywood in Alaska this time, I guess. That's where Americans will belong, unless they will wake up, of course, and force their government to stop aiding Soviet fascism.
Well, you told us a moment ago why you left the system. I'd like to hear the details of how you did it. It must have been a very dangerous thing.
It was not so dangerous, it was crazy. First of all, because defecting in India is virtually impossible, thanks to very strong pressure from the Soviet government.
Excuse me, you were in India. On assignment at that time.
Yes, I was working for the Soviet embassy in New Delhi as a press officer. And defecting for a Soviet diplomat is next to impossible. It's a suicide, as I said, because a great friend Indira Gandhi pushed a law through parliament which says, and I quote, "No defector from any country has a right of political asylum in any embassy on the territory of Indian Republic," which is a masterpiece of hypocrisy. No other defector but the Soviet one needs a political asylum. So knowing that perfectly well, I planned a craziest possible way to defect. I studied counterculture in India. There were thousands of young American boys and girls with no shoes, long hair, smoking hash and marijuana, studying sometimes Indian philosophy, sometimes simply pretending that they study. And they greatly annoyed Indian police, and they were laughing stock of Indians because obviously they were good-for-nothing students. I studied carefully where they congregate, what routes they travel, what language they speak, what do they smoke. And one day I simply joined a group of hippies to avoid detection of Indian police. I was dressed as a typical hippie with blue jeans, long camise shirts, with all kind of nice decorations like beads, long hairs.
Curious how he didn't get caught in this time with such a heavy Russian accent. Like, you would think that they would have been like, wait a minute, these hippies are like Americans mostly, right? Like, a Russian hippie is not going to be typical in that era. I wonder how he got away with it, with that,
Well,
because his...
when we started, you said he was a KGB spy. He wasn't.
Oh, he
Because
wasn't?
KGB, no, he was a propagandist for the KGB. He worked ostensibly for their, like our press secretaries,
Okay.
for various departments. So he was like, when he was talking about being in India, he was assigned to the press office at the Russian embassy. and yeah, he was basically the spokesperson for the ambassador. So he went to a lot of language schools. Towards the beginning of the video, he showed a picture of him entering, his first day at one of the language schools. So he learned to speak those languages, the same as our military going to the language school in Monterey.
Gotcha.
You learn those accents in regional dialects.
Yeah, I would have loved to hear what he sounded like when he was trying to sound not Russian, because he's definitely got a heavy accent. But it's also like Mel Gibson when he first started acting. I mean, he was born in the States, but I mean, but he was raised in Australia, and so when he first started acting, he had a extremely heavy Australian accent, and now it's like I don't think he has that at all anymore. But he's also been back in the States for a long time.
Well, the gal that plays JJ on Criminal Minds, she's actually Australian. That the accent she uses in Criminal Minds is not her. The guy that played House MD,
Oh yeah, he has a heavy
he's
accent.
actually from England. He's got a British accent, but you'd never know it by watching the TV show.
Christian Bale is a heavy English accent too, that he completely eliminates for his movie roles. I would have never known that Christian Bale or the House actor. If you watched Walking Dead at all, the Rick Grimes, he was also a English. Am I gonna watch the sequel to Passion of the Christ? Yeah, hell yeah, I'm gonna watch that. That's gonna be great. The first one was great. Mel Gibson is basically like my favorite director. Braveheart's my favorite movie, and I watch anything Mel Gibson does. Love that guy. You know, he he also had that really funny moment where he said to his ex at the time, "Your job is to make me sandwiches and or cook my dinner and give me blowjobs or something." That was kind of funny. But yeah, we all have our days where we say funny things. I love Mel Gibson. He's one of the few people that I don't think is a pedophile in Hollywood. Him and maybe Keanu Reeves. Other than that, I can't trust any of them. Yeah, King Eddie, I think I agree with you. It's probably harder for Americans. Yes, he did call the cop sugar tits. I think it is harder for Americans to do Brit accents because Brit accents are very regional and they have a lot of words that there's not a lot of British pop culture stuff out there for Americans to take in and kind of learn the accents really well and learn the slang and stuff. Other than our buddy James, but he's not really pop culture. He's just on our stream. So I get to learn the "Oi, bruv."
I bought a wig because for several weeks I had to turn myself from a conservative Soviet diplomat into a very progressive American hippie. And that was the only way that I could avoid detection. It was very interesting experience, but it was necessary because from my own knowledge as a member of Soviet embassy staff, I knew that there were many cases when Soviet defectors were betrayed by Indian police, and also some Western embassies played a very dirty role in betraying the Soviet defectors. According to our information, they were some, I wouldn't call them double agents, but simply immoral people working for the United States Embassy. And confiding in people like this would be a suicide. So I had to be extremely careful. I could not trust anyone. And that was the reason for such a crazy way to defect.
Well, had you been caught in the act of trying to get out, what would have happened to you?
Oh, most likely I would end up in concentration camp. Or, depending on the situation and on the whim of some bureaucrat in KGB, maybe even executed. This is normal practice, quietly, of course, not publicly. But that would be the end of my defection, of course.
Well, when did you finally make it to the United States?
In 1970, after about 6 months of debriefing in Athens by the CIA, and I presume FBI too, they let me go first to Germany, then to Canada. That was my decision. I had to change my identity to protect my family and my friends in USSR. And also, I was a little bit paranoid, knowing that both Soviet KGB and probably some double agents within the American system may be after me. So I wanted to settle down as far away as possible. I requested CIA to give me some kind of new identity and just let me go on my own. And I settled in Canada. I was a student. I changed many professions, from farm help and laundry truck driver to language instructor and broadcaster for Canadian Broadcasting Corporations in Montreal.
Well, have you had any threats on your life or any
Yes.
unpleasant?
In about 5 years, KGB eventually discovered that I am working for Canadian Broadcasting. I made a very big mistake. I started working for overseas service of CBC, which is similar to Voice of America, in Russian language. And of course, monitoring service in USSR picked up every new voice. Every new announcer, they would make it a point to discover who he is. And in 5 years, sure enough, slowly but surely, they discovered that I am not Thomas Schumann, that I am Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov, and that I'm working for Canadian Broadcasting, and undermining beautiful détente between Canada and USSR. And the Soviet ambassador Alexander Yakovlev made it his personal effort to discredit me. He complained to Pierre Trudeau, who is known to be a little bit soft on socialism. And the management of CBC behaved in a very strange, cowardly way, unbecoming to representatives of an independent country like Canada. They listened to every suggestion that Soviet ambassador gave, and they started shameful investigation, analyzing content of my broadcasts to USSR. And sure enough, they discovered that some of my statements were probably would be offending to the Soviet Politburo. So I had to leave my job. And of course, subtle intimidations. They would say something like, please cross the street carefully because, you know, traffic is very heavy in Quebec. And fortunately, I know about the psychology and the logic of activity of the KGB, and I never allowed myself to be intimidated. This is the worst thing. This is what they expect a person, a defector, to be intimidated. Once they spot that you are scared, they keep on developing that line. Mm-hmm. And then eventually you either have to give up entirely and work for them, or they neutralize you. They would definitely stop all kind of political activity, which they failed to do in my case, mm-hmm. because I was stubbornly working for the Canadian Broadcasting. And in response to their intimidations, I said that, look, this is a free country, and I am as free as you are. And I also can drive very fast. And gun control is not yet established in Canada, so I had a couple of good shotguns in my basement.
You know, that's funny because now it's like the complete opposite, right? Canada is not a free country at all. There is gun control. You can't.
Oh, gun control now.
And now, if a communist government told the Canadian government, "Hey, this guy that you have over there, we don't want him doing this stuff that he's doing," they probably would, crumble under the pressure, and take him off the air. If I had to guess, because Canada is just so cucked right now.
So welcome to visit me someday. with your Kalashnikovs, machine guns. So obviously it didn't work. Intimidation didn't work. So they tried different approach, as I described. They approached on the highest level, on the level of Canadian bureaucracy.
And on that level, they were
on
successful.
that level, they were successful. On individual level, they failed flat.
Mr. Bezmenov has brought a series of slides with him that he has taken from the Soviet Union, and I think this is a good time to take a look at the slides.
Yes.
Now, the viewers will be able to see these slides as we talk about them.
Yes, this is a collection of slides which are, some of them are snapshots from my family album, some of them are documents which I smuggled from the Soviet embassy, and some are reproductions from local mass media. I usually show them to establish my credibility as a defector. This is a picture of my native town, Mытищи, about 20 miles north from Moscow. Characteristically, there is a statue of Comrade Lenin in the central square. This is myself at the age of 7, again, characteristically, under the statue of Comrade Stalin, extending his friendly hand to peoples of the world. At that age, of course, I was still idealistically minded young communist, and I still believe that sooner or later things will go for better. But I realized that the system stinks, that something is fishy, and that ideology is fake, and the propaganda about advanced Soviet
by the
agriculture
way,
simply didn't meet the criteria of reality. If they talk about abundance of
for
food and there is none
people
in the
not
stores, there
old
must be
enough
something
to
wrong.
remember the
My father
Soviet
was,
Union
he's on
before
the
the
left here.
fall,
My father
who
was,
did that statue look like?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, for those not old enough to remember the Soviet Union before the fall, what does that statue of Stalin remind you of? Yeah, right there. What does that picture of Stalin remind you of?
Reagan,
Nope.
but Reagan was after him
What
anyway.
other dictator did they tear down the statue for that was reaching out with his hand?
Was it Hitler?
Nope. More
Mussolini?
modern than that. I said for
Oh,
people not old enough to remember the fall of the Soviet Union.
true.
Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, hold on a sec. Let
He
me
had
see.
that huge statue where he was reaching out with his hand.
The chat. That guys. I'm gonna oh, should pop up in a second now, guys. It's not showing up for some reason. The screen share is a little weird with this thing, but
Hang on a second. Big is that? There, that link's not too big. I'll just drop this link in the chat. If it'll let me.
should let you. Let me see. No, that's not the one. To the chat now. There we go. All right. Yeah. There's a chat. You should see it on the controls. It's the left, far left one.
hit my caps lock. Sorry about that, double. No, actually, they're made in Mexico.
Refresh the browsers. One sec, guys. Get back to this. But yeah, that definitely looks exactly like the Saddam one. I didn't even think about it.
Where
There,
do you think Saddam got the idea for it?
probably there. There's a
The
famous.
Soviets backed Iraq for a long time when
Also,
Saddam
didn't
took
we also
over.
weren't we also part responsible for putting Saddam in the
We were
United
one of
States?
them, yeah.
Yeah, I mean we were also part of the whole Iran thing that we're now dealing with, right? We put in the
Well,
we
we
overthrew
allowed
the
we allowed it to happen.
we didn't
The
help arm
Iranians.
them.
Well, we did under the Shah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
And
in the
then when the Shah
70s.
fell, that was the absolute first sanctions put against Iran after the Ayatollah came back was no more military equipment of any kind can be sold to Iran, nor can any spare parts or anything that can be used for spare parts on the military equipment we left.
Yeah, yeah. We definitely
Okay, double, it might be a native brand. It's made in Mexico. I buy it at a regular tobacco store. What difference does it make? You're obsessing on my cigarettes.
that's an interesting. He basically said that if he would be very disappointed if I smoked menthols. I smoke Marlboros,
Right there.
Reds,
Made
but
in Mexico. And yes, they're menthols. That's why it's a green box.
He black.
had to.
World. At that age, of course, I was still idealistically minded young communist, and I still believe that sooner or later things will go for better. But I realized that the system stinks, that something is fishy, and that ideology is fake. And the propaganda about advanced Soviet agriculture simply didn't meet the criteria of reality. If they talk about abundance of food and there's none in the stores, there must be something wrong. My father was, he's on the left
You
here.
know you
My
haven't
father
put the
was
video back up yet, right?
officer of the General Staff.
You don't see it?
No, we see you.
That's weird. It's there. Hold on a sec. Let me see. Do you see it now?
No, I see you.
See
Let me
what I'm
flip
doing
over to
wrong.
Rumble and see if it pops up.
It's coming through on my OBS, so it should be on
Okay,
Rumble.
now I'm seeing it on Rumble.
Are you seeing it on our thing though, or no?
No, I'm not seeing it on our thing.
Okay, hold on. Let me reload it real quick. If it comes up. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna send you the link to the video in Rumble. I mean in Discord real quick. Because if you click that link, it'll just show you the video as it's coming through, and it'll follow when I hit pause and all that stuff. I just sent it to you in
Mm-hmm.
Discord. So you got it. Should have. I don't know why it's not showing in the in the window.
Yep, I got it now.
Okay, cool.
Of the Soviet Army. He was inspector of land forces, Soviet troops stationed in countries like Mongolia, Cuba, East European countries. Were he alive today, most likely he would be inspecting Soviet troops in Nicaragua, Angola, and many other parts of the world. Fortunately, he died and he didn't see the disgrace because deep inside he was a Russian patriot. He didn't like the idea of expanding Soviet military might, especially in the areas where we were not welcomed at all. Unlike many other military officers, he was reporting directly to the Minister of Defense, bypassing KGB and diplomatic service. In other words, he was a trusted military professional. And my impression that this type of people are much less hawkish and adventuristic than party bureaucrats in Kremlin. When American mass media describes Soviet military as potentially dangerous counterpart for Pentagon, I simply laugh because I know better. I know that the most dangerous part of the Soviet power structures are not military at all. Most likely, if they come to power in my country, they'll be more sensible negotiators for nuclear disarmament and withdrawal of the Soviet troops from many parts of the world.
But if someone from the party structure or the KGB structure were to give the orders for a military
They have to
intervention,
obey,
they would
yes,
follow.
because they are professional military. But you see, the triangle of power and hate in USSR is the party at the top, the party elite, the oligarchy of the party, then the military and the KGB at the bottom. They hate each other. And the most hated triangle, the most hated corner of the triangle is the Communist Party bureaucrats. They are the most adventuristic, senile megalomaniacs. They can start war. I wouldn't be surprised. Not the military. They know what war is.
Yes.
At least my father did. This is the picture taken at the entrance of my Institute of Oriental Languages. It's a part of Moscow State University. I graduated in 1963. And
Now, excuse me, which one were you on?
I am on the right.
You're on the right.
And on the left is my my schoolmate Vadim Smirnov, who later was a apparatchik in the Central Committee of the Soviet Union Communist Party.
What is an apparatchik?
It's a functionary, something like civil service in British Empire. Someone who is never fired from the service. He stays there internally. He may not be promoted too high, but he's a dependable bureaucrat who will stay forever. I studied not only languages, but also history, literature, even
state legislature.
Yeah, definitely. The California has fallen so far. I lived there when I was a kid for a little while, from when I was like a baby until I was right around 5. I think I had just turned 5 when we moved back to Florida, and it was a much different place. I grew up going there every year for Thanksgiving for like a couple weeks. It was kind of like our family vacation every year, and it was such a nice place. And now it's just like homeless people everywhere, and I mean the weather's still beautiful, but it's just lots of crime, lots of drugs, lots of homeless people on drugs doing crimes. It's kind of a scary place, and unlike Florida, I'm not sure where you're from.
Ohio originally.
And what area? You don't have to say a specific place
Oh, I
if
don't
you don't
mind
want to,
saying
but
exactly where in Lima.
okay. Where is
Where
it
we
that you live
build
now?
the M1 tanks at, the M1 Abrams tank at.
Where is it?
Lima, Ohio.
Okay. So
By
you're
the
still
way, pro tip, if you ever buy a Ford, open the hood, and if the engine says Lima Ford Motor Engine Plant, don't buy it. I know half the people that put that engine together, you want nothing to do with it.
okay. Good tip. Look, guys, you're getting car buying tips. Although I'm gonna guess most people would not buy a Ford these days. It's like Honda and Toyota. I've always been a Chevy guy, but they're just so all the American cars. It's sad to say, but they're all so unreliable. You might as well just get a Toyota, which is made in America and is extremely reliable. It sucks that it couldn't be an American car that was extremely reliable, though. But yeah, I'm from Miami and I live here. Lived in California for a while as both a kid and an adult, and to see California fall from like it was California, Los Angeles in particular was like my favorite place. Just it was awesome. Everything about it was great, except that the water's cold. But it was just a great place, and now it's just a shithole. It really is. And I lived in Jersey for a little while as an adult too. That place is a shithole. New York is a shithole. Philly is a quadruple shithole. And it don't ever stop in Baltimore, even for like gas. Just pray you get to the next town.
I go to
Music.
Baltimore.
I'm sorry.
I go to Baltimore. I have to.
Oh God, I don't envy you. That
Well,
place
I
is
passed through it on the way to Annapolis.
yeah, because Baltimore is a fucking oh God, it's awful. I've
Oh, stop! I just drive past it.
yeah, I stopped there once. It was like I was driving with a buddy up to New York to go visit his mom, and we stopped in Baltimore late night one night because we both had to piss really bad. We stopped at like some kind of big train station out there, and it. You remember the scene in Star Wars when they're in Mos Eisley or about to go to Mos Eisley, and Obi-Wan's like, there's no place that is more of a wretched hive of villainy. That's how it felt. That's how it felt over there. Baltimore is just it's grimy. I'll say that.
On this picture, I'm trying to learn how to play Indian musical instrument. I even tried to look like an Indian when I was a second-year student.
Not bad, right?
Yes, actually, it was strongly encouraged by the instructors in my school because the graduates of my school were later on employed as diplomats, foreign journalists, or spies. As every Soviet student, I was quote-unquote volunteering for harvesting grain in Kazakhstan. This is the biggest agricultural blunder of the Soviet government. But I didn't have much choice, of course, because the communist motto borrowed from the Bible says, "Those who do not work shall not eat." And you can see me eating, therefore I was working, and you can see how happy I was about it. I went through a very extensive physical and military training, including the military games in areas, suburban areas of Moscow. And here, for example, we are on the tour in Arkhangelsk area. And by the end of my training in school, I was recruited by the KGB. This picture was taken on that day, and you can see again how happy it feels to be recruited by the KGB.
Our conversation with Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov, who is a defector from the Soviet Union, a former propaganda agent for Novosti and the KGB, will continue after this message.
As every student in USSR, I went through very extensive physical and military training and civil defense training too. Unlike in the United States, where civil defense is virtually non-existent, zero. In USSR, every student, whatever his major subject, has to go through very extensive 4-year military and civil defense training. You can see me here with a group of students during one of the war games near Moscow. The main idea, of course, is to prepare a huge reserve army of the USSR. Each student has to graduate as a junior lieutenant. In my case, it was administrative and military intelligence service. My first assignment was to India as a translator with the Soviet Economical Aid Group, building refinery complexes in Bihar state and Gujarat state. At that time, I was still naively, idealistically believing that what I was doing contributes to the understanding and cooperation between the nations. It took me quite a number of years to realize that what we were bringing to India was a new type of colonialism, 1,000 times more oppressive and exploitative than any colonialism or imperialism in history of mankind. But at that time, I was still hoping that, well, maybe it's not that bad, could be worse, and things may go for better. And I even tried to implement the beautiful Marxist motto, proletarians of all the countries unite. I tried to unite with a nice Indian girl, and I was fascinated by Indian culture, by the family life in this country. But obviously, Communist Party had different plans for my genes, so I had to marry this beautiful Russian girl. In the span of my career, I married 3 times. Most of these marriages were marriages of convenience on advice from the Department of Personnel. This is normal practice in USSR. When
I've seen plenty of beautiful Russian women. She doesn't look bad, but she doesn't look beautiful either. Just had to throw that out there.
a Soviet citizen is assigned to a foreign job, he has to be married, either to keep family in USSR as hostages, or, if it's a convenience marriage like mine, so that the husband and wife are virtually informers on each other to prevent defection or contamination by decadent imperialist or capitalist ideas. In my case, I hated that girl so much that the moment I landed in Moscow, we were divorced, and I married later, second time. By the end,
That's kind of brutal. So, like, basically, they either hold, if you actually love your wife, they hold you they hold her hostage to keep you in line, or if you don't, then you're living with an informant. That's insane.
of my first assignment in India, I was promoted to the position of public relation officer. You can see me here translating a speech by a Soviet boss.
And you're on the right.
I'm on the right here, yes. And the occasion was commissioning of the refinery complex in Bihar, Barauni. Back in Moscow, I was immediately recruited by Novosti Press Agency, which is a propaganda and ideological subversion front for the KGB. 75% of the members of the Novosti are commissioned officers of the KGB. The other 25 are, like myself, co-opted agents who are assigned to specific operations. In this particular case, you can see me talking to students of Lumumba Friendship University in Moscow. This is a huge school under the direct control of the KGB and Central Committee, where future leaders of the so-called national liberation movements are being educated and selected carefully. And some of them have this, for example, is a group of students from Lumumba. They don't look like students at all. They look more like military, and that's exactly what they were. They were dispatched back to their countries to be leaders of the so-called national liberation movements, or to be translated into normal human language, leaders of international terrorist groups.
Russia is such a big country, like physical size, that it's crazy to see the variety of people that are Russian. Like, that last group almost looked like
Well, that last group were not
Asian.
Russian.
Oh, they weren't? Oh, okay.
No, he's talking about a school that the Soviet Union ran, where they would bring in people from other countries that they were trying to influence and teach some of their citizens to be future leaders in that country under the Soviet model.
Crazy shit.
Area of activity when I was working for the Novosti was to accompany groups of so-called progressive intellectuals, writers, journalists, publishers, teachers, professors of colleges. You can see me here in Kremlin. I'm second on the left, with a group of Pakistani and Indian intellectuals. Most of them pretended they don't understand the we are actually working on behalf of the Soviet government and the KGB. They pretended that they are actually being guests, VIP intellectuals, that they are treated according to their merits and their intellectual abilities. For us, they were just a bunch of political prostitutes to be taken advantage for various propaganda operations. Therefore, you can see perfectly well the senior colleague of mine on the left doesn't really have that much respect on his face, and myself with a very skeptical smile, typical KGB sarcastic smile, anticipating another victim of ideological brainwashing. This is how a typical conference in Novosti headquarters in Moscow looked like. Sitting in the middle is Boris Burkov, the then director of Novosti Press Agency, high-ranking party bureaucrat in the Department of Propaganda. I am standing next to a famous Indian poet, Sumitranandan Pant. He was famous because he was an author. He was the author of a famous poem titled Rhapsody to Lenin. That's why he was invited to USSR, and everything was paid by the Soviet government.
Well, yeah, King Eddie, he was a propagandist for the Russian government. So, he was handed the blueprints because he was, making the blueprints happen. So, yeah, he definitely had the blueprints.
Pay special attention to number of bottles on the table. This is one of the ways to kill the awareness or curiosity of foreign journalists. One of my functions was to keep foreign guests permanently intoxicated the moment they land at Moscow airport. I had to take them to the VIP lounge and toast to friendship and understanding between the nations of the world, glass of vodka, then a second glass of vodka, and in no time my guests would be feeling very happy. They would see everything in kind of pink, nice color, and that's the way I had to keep them permanently for the next 15 or 20 days. At a certain point in time, I had to withdraw alcohol from them so that some of them who are the most recruitable would feel a little bit shaky, guilty, trying to remember what they were talking last night. That's the time to approach them with all kind of nonsense, such as joint communique or statement for Soviet propaganda. That's the time they are the most flexible. And of course, what they didn't understand, they didn't realize or pretended not to realize, that myself, who was drinking together with them, was not drinking at all. I had ways to get rid of alcohol through various techniques, including special pills which were given to me by my colleagues. But they were taking it seriously. In other words, they would consume quite a large volumes of alcohol and feel quite uneasy next morning. In 1967, the KGB attached me to this magazine, Look magazine. A group of 12 people arrived to USSR from United States to cover the 50th anniversary of October Socialist Revolution in my country. From the first page to the last page, it was a package of lies, propaganda cliché, which were presented to American readers as opinions and deductions of American journalists. Nothing could be far from truth. These were not opinions. They were not opinions at all. They were the clichés which the Soviet propaganda wants American public to think that they think. That if it does make any sense at all. It sure does, because from the viewpoint of the Soviet propaganda, although there are some subtle criticisms of the Soviet system, the basic message is that Russia today is a nice, functioning, efficient system supported by majority of population. That's the biggest lie. And of course, American intellectuals and journalists from Look magazine elaborated on that untruth in various different ways. They intellectualized that lie. They found all kinds of justifications for telling lies to American public.
Excuse me, it was partly your job to make sure that they got these ideas,
yes,
and accepted them as their own ideas.
Right. Actually, even before they arrived to USSR.
That's really the trick, is like getting the people to writing the articles to accept the ideas as their own ideas. And he's going to get into this later, but basically they brainwashed him with the propaganda, made him think everything in Russia was great and that communism was such a wonderful system. And then when he comes out and tells people all this stuff is happening, you still have people defending communism even now because the brainwashing was so strong.
Yeah.
And they paid astronomical sum of money for that visit. They were submitted, this Novosti Press Agency developed so-called backgrounders, 25 pages of information and opinions which were presented to the journalists even before they bought their tickets to Moscow. They had to analyze the situation, and judging on their reaction to that backgrounder, the local Novosti representative or local Soviet diplomat in Washington, D.C. would assess whether they be given visa to USSR or not.
So they were selected ahead of time.
Yes, they were pre-selected very carefully, and there is not much chance for an honest journalist to arrive to USSR and to stay there for 1 year and to bring this package of lies back home. This, for example, is a centerfold of the Look magazine. They presented this monument erected by Communist Party in Stalingrad as the symbol, personification of Russian military might. And they said in the article, which is published on the site, that Soviets are very proud of the victory in the Second World War. This is another big myth, a lie. No sensible people would be proud to lose 20 millions of their countrymen in a war which was started by Genoese Hitler and Comrade Stalin and paid by American multinationals. Most of the Soviet citizens look at this type of monuments with disgust and sorrow, because every family lost father, brother, sister, or child in the Second World War. Yet American journalists who were trying to appease, to please their hosts, presented this picture on the centerfold as the symbol and personification of Soviet national, they call it Russian national spirit. And it was greatest misconception and a very tragic misunderstanding. Of course, Look magazine was not distributed in USSR. The main audience was in United States. But I presume that many Americans, millions of Americans who were reading Look magazine at that time, had absolutely wrong idea about the sentiments of my nation, about what the Soviets are proud of and what they hate. This is a group, you see the same lady with the sword in Stalingrad. This is the group of journalists. Myself is in the center with the same devilish smile. And Mr. Philip Harrington is on the extreme left there with his camera. This is the gentleman which was so deaf or so uninterested in what I had to say to him. This is the same picture, a blow-up of the same picture. Many guests from various countries, in this particular case from Asia and Africa, were taken by me as a Novosti Press Agency employee for a tour across Siberia, for example. We would show them typical kindergarten, you see, nothing special by American standards, just nice children sitting, eating their breakfast or lunch. What they could not understand, or they pretended not to understand, that this is an exemplary kindergarten. This is not the kindergarten for average person or average family in USSR. And we maintain that illusion in their minds. You can see myself under the red spot in the middle there with the same business-like expression. I'm doing my job. That's what I'm assigned to do, and that's what I was paid to do. But deep inside, I still hope that at least some of these useful idiots would understand that what they are looking at has nothing to do with the level of affluence in my nation. This is a better picture which reflects the true spirit of the Soviet childhood. This picture was printed in a Canadian government publication by mistake. In the middle, you can see children playing on a small courtyard, and the caption goes, "This is a typical kindergarten in Siberia." What these idiots didn't understand, that it is not kindergarten at all. It is a prison for children of political prisoners. But there was not a single mentioning that what they were visiting actually was an area of concentration camps. And the job of people like myself to help them to not to notice that they are actually talking to prisoners. Most of the children were dressed, especially on the occasion of the foreigners' visit. Of course, there were no corpses on the ground. There were no machine gun guards. And well, it looks not very pleasant, as you see. It looks dull, but obviously it does not create an impression that this is actually a prison.
Well, did any of the journalists have the curiosity to ask about prisons and that kind of thing?
Yes.
They were in Siberia. This
Yes.
is what you associate.
Yes, some of them asked questions, and naturally we would give them, for the stupid question, we give them stupid answer. No, there are no prisons in Siberia. No, most of the people who you see are free citizens of USSR. They are very happy to be here, and they are contributing to the glory of the socialist system. Some of them pretended that they believe what I was telling them, and most of them, we may discuss it later. What are the motivations of these people? Why would they stubbornly bring lies to their own population through their own mass media? I have various answers to this. There is not a single explanation. It's a complex of explanations. It's fear, pure biological fear. They understand that they are on the territory of an enemy state, a police state. And just to save their rotten skins and their miserable jobs, their affluence back home, they would prefer to tell a lie than to ask truthful questions and report truthful information. Second, most of these schmucks were afraid to lose their jobs because obviously if you tell truth about my country, you will not last long as a correspondent of New York Times or Los Angeles Times. They will fire you. What kind of correspondent are you? You obviously cannot find common language with Russians if they kick you out in 24 hours. So just by trying to be conformist to their own editorial bosses, they tried not to offend the sentiments of the Soviet administrators and people like myself. Deep inside, I hope they would insult my or offend my sentiments. Obviously, they preferred not to. Another reason, I refuse to believe it, but obviously, there is another reason. Obviously, it's a greed. These people earn a lot of money. When they come back to USA, they claim that they are experts in my country. They write books which sells in million copies, titled like Russians, The Truth About Russia. Most of it is lie about Russia. Yet they claim to be Sovietologists. They play back myth about my country, the propaganda cliches. Yet they stubbornly resist the word of truth. If a person like Solzhenitsyn is either defecting or kicked out of USSR, they try all their best to discredit him and to discourage him. I don't have much chance to appear on national network with a true story about my country. But a useful idiot like Hendrik Smith or Robert Kaiser, they are big heroes. They come back from USSR. They say, oh, we were talking to dissidents in Russia. Big deal. Soviet dissidents are chasing American correspondents in the streets, and they're cowardly escaping from these contacts. For some strange reason, if you want to know more about Spain, you refer to Spanish writers. If you want to learn more about French, you read French writers. Even about Antarctica, I bet you would read Penguins. Only about the Soviet Union.
That's hilarious. The problem is with the Soviet Union, if they had any writers that were Russian, they wouldn't be able to freely say what it is. So, because obviously the government would come after them. So you couldn't trust the Russian ones, and most people wouldn't, Americans at least at the time, wouldn't think, oh, American journalists will go over there and lie to us about this place. Because, there wasn't the internet where people could call people out on their bullshit when they get things wrong and all that stuff. So, if, I don't know who, Walter Cronkite went out there and did a report on Russia, no one would have questioned him. Yeah, so that's the issue. That's why no one trusted the Russian journalists, as he just.
Well, they controlled everything that these foreign journalists saw.
Yeah, that's for sure true too. It makes me wonder. Like Tucker went over there and interviewed Putin. Now I know the train station was beautiful, and they can't really, they you can kind of control what he sees to an extent, but that train station was that train station, and it was a beautiful train station, right? Like, it's not
Oh
like they
yeah.
could just clean that up just for Tucker's trip. But it makes you wonder because Putin's a KGB or was a KGB asset. He was more in counterintelligence and actual spying. But it makes you
If I
wonder, like,
remember right, he ran the KGB at one point.
yeah, he did. He did. Right before he took power, I think, he was basically you know, the the heads of these intelligence agencies are definitely the most powerful people in a country, or at least governmentally. It's not the people who sit at the throne of power, as we have seen with Trump, and um, you know, where he says he's not going to go to war, then he goes to war, and he hasn't even investigated what happened with his assassin, right? Like, that's just gone completely. So yeah, I mean, the that's why the deep state is a real thing. It's the entrenched government that stays in power, never leaves. They don't get voted in or voted out, and good luck trying to get rid of them, because they are the law effectively. So you're kind of fucked. I don't know if there's a way around it unless you just destroy all the intelligence agencies, but you kind of need intelligence agencies because that's how you get info on your enemies. So it's kind of a double-edged sword on that.
For some strange reason, you read Hendricks and Schmendricks and all kind of Kissingers, because they claim that they know more about my country. They know nothing, or next to nothing, or they pretend that they know more than they actually do. I would say they are dishonest people who lack integrity and common sense and intellectual honesty. They bring back all kind of stories like that. A kindergarten in Siberia. Omitting the most important fact, it's a prison for children of political prisoners. Another greatest example of monumental idiocy of American politicians. Edward Kennedy was in Moscow, and he thought that he is a popular, charismatic American politician who is easygoing, who can smile, dance at the wedding in Russian Palace of Marriages. What he did not understand, or maybe he pretended not to understand, that actually he was being taken for a ride. This is a staged wedding, especially to impress foreign media or useful idiots like Ed Kennedy. Most of the guests there, they had security clearance, and they were instructed what to say to foreigners. This is exactly what I was doing. You can see me in the same damn wedding palace in Moscow where Ed Kennedy was dancing here. You see, smiling. He thinks he's very smart. From the viewpoint of Russian citizens who observe this idiocy, he's narrow-minded, egocentrical idiot who tries to earn his own popularity through participation in propaganda farces like this. Here you can see myself. On the right, again, exemplary Soviet bride. On the left, 3 journalists from various countries, Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Obviously, they enjoying the situation. They will go back home and write the reports. We were present on a regular Soviet wedding. They were not present on a regular Soviet wedding. They were present, they were part of a farce, of a circus performance. Another thing which I had to, sometimes risking my life, to explain to foreigners. Time magazine, for example, is very critical of South African racist regime. The whole article was dedicated to the shameful internal passport system where blacks are not allowed to live with whites. For some strange reason, for the last 14 years since my defection, nobody wanted to pay attention to my passport. This is my passport. It also shows my nationality, and it has a police rubber stamp, which is called propiska in Russian language, which assigns me to a certain area of residence. I cannot leave that area, same way as this black man cannot leave the area in South Africa. Yet we call South African government racist regime. Not a single Jane Schmonda or Fonda is brave enough, courageous enough to come to media and say, look, this is what happens in USSR. I sent a copy of my passport to many American liberals and civil rights defenders and all the other useful idiots. They never bothered to answer me back. This shows what kind of integrity, what kind of honesty these people are. They're a bunch of hypocrites because they don't want to recognize a good example of racism in my country. This is the first stage of befriending a professor. You can see myself on the left with the same James Bond smile. On the right is my KGB supervisor, Comrade Leonid Mitrokhin, and in the middle a professor of political science in Delhi University. The next stage would be to invite him to a gathering in the Soviet Friendship Society. There he is sitting next to his wife before he is being sent to USSR for free trip. Everything is paid by the Soviet government. He was made to believe that he is invited to USSR because he is a talented, sober-thinking intellectual. Absolutely false. He is invited because he is a useful idiot, because he would agree and subscribe to most of the Soviet propaganda cliché. And when he is coming back to his own country, he is going for years and years to teach the beauties of Soviet socialism to newer and newer generations of his students, thus promoting the Soviet propaganda. They look innocent. Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, a great spiritual leader, or maybe a great charlatan and crook, depending on from which side you're looking at him. Beatles were trained at his ashram in Hardwar in India how to meditate. Mia Farrow and other useful idiots from Hollywood visited his school, and they returned back to United States absolutely zonked out of their minds with marijuana, hashish, and crazy ideas of meditation. To meditate, in other words, to isolate oneself from the current social and political issues of your own country, to get into your own bubble, to forget about troubles of the world. Obviously, KGB was very fascinated with such a beautiful school, such a brainwashing center for stupid Americans. I was dispatched by the KGB to check what kind of VIP Americans attend this school.
That's you on the left.
Yes, I'm on the left. I was trying to get enrolled in that school. Unfortunately, the Maharishi Mahesh Yogi asked too much. He wanted $500 American for enrollment. But my function was not actually to get enrolled in the school. My function was to discover what kind of people from United States attend this school. And we discovered that, yes, there are some influential members of family, public opinion makers of United States who come back with the crazy stories about Indian philosophy. Indians themselves look upon them as idiots, useful idiots. To say nothing about KGB, who looked at them as extremely naive, misguided people. Obviously, a VIP, say a wife of a congressman or a prominent Hollywood personality, after being trained in that school, is much more instrumental in the hands of manipulators of public opinion and KGB than...
That's a lot like what happened. This is before when he's talking about, but like when the Beatles went over to India to study under one of those gurus, that they're using, the people in the music industry, the entertainment industry in those years were definitely not just influenced, obviously, if they went over there, but they were intrigued by the Indian culture, the spirituality, and stuff like that. And yeah, it looks like the Russians were trying to use that to fuck with people.
A normal person who understands, who looks through this type of fake religious training.
Why would they be more susceptible to manipulation?
I just mentioned that because, you see, a person who is too much involved in introspective meditation. You see, if you carefully look what Maharishi Mahesh Yogi is teaching to Americans, is that most of the problems, most of the burning issues of today can be solved simply by meditating. Don't rock the boat. Don't get involved. Just sit down, look at your navel, and meditate. And the things, due to some strange logic, due to cosmic vibration, will settle down by themselves. This is exactly what the KGB and Marxist-Leninist propaganda wants from Americans, to distract their opinion, attention, and mental energy from real issues of United States into a non-issues, into a non-world, non-existent harmony. Obviously, it's more beneficial for the Soviet aggressors to have a bunch of duped Americans than Americans who are self-conscious, healthy, physically fit, and alert to the reality. Maharishi Mahesh Yogi obviously is not on the payroll of the KGB. But whether he knows it or not, he contributes greatly to demoralization of American society. And he's not the only one. There are hundreds of those gurus who come to your country to capitalize on naivete and stupidity of Americans. It's a fashion. It's a fashion to meditate. It's a fashion not to be involved. So obviously, you can see that if KGB were that curious, if they paid my trip to Hardwar, if they assigned me to that strange job, obviously they were very much fascinated. They were convinced that that type of brainwashing is very efficient and instrumental in demoralization of the United States.
Our conversation with Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov, who is a defector from the Soviet Union, a former propaganda agent for Novosti and the KGB, will continue after this message.
This picture shows the part of the building of USSR embassy, and my supervisors. On the left is Comrade Mehdi, an Indian communist, and on the right, Comrade Mitrokhin, my supervisors in the secret department of research and counter-propaganda. It has nothing to do with either research or counter-propaganda. Most of the activity of that department was to compile huge volume of information on individuals who were instrumental in creating public opinion. Publishers, editors, journalists, actors, educationalists, professors of political science, members of parliament, representatives of business circles. Most of these people were divided roughly in two groups. Those who would toe the Soviet foreign policy, they would be promoted to the positions of power through media and public opinion manipulation. Those who refused the Soviet influence in their own country would be character assassinated or executed physically come revolution. Same way as in the small town of Hue in South Vietnam, several thousands of Vietnamese were executed in one night when the city was captured by Viet Cong for only 2 days. And American CIA could never figure out how could possibly communists know each individual, where he lives, where to get him, and would be arrested in one night, basically in some 4 hours before dawn, put on a van, taken out of the city limits and shot. The answer is very simple. Long before communists occupied the city, there was extensive network of informers, local Vietnamese citizens, who knew absolutely everything about people who are instrumental in public opinion, including barbers and taxi drivers. Everyone who was sympathetic to the United States was executed. Same thing was done under the guidance of the Soviet embassy in Hanoi, and same thing I was doing in New Delhi. To my horror, I discovered that in the files where people were doomed to execution, there were names of pro-Soviet journalists with whom I was personally friendly.
Pro-Soviet?
Yes. They were idealistically minded leftists who made several visits to USSR, and yet the KGB decided that come revolution or drastic changes in political structure of India, they will have to go.
Why is that?
Because they know too much. Simply because, you see, the useful idiots, the leftists who are idealistically believing in the beauty of Soviet socialist or communist or whatever system, when they get disillusioned, they become the worst enemies. That's why my KGB instructors specifically made a point, never bother with leftists. Forget about these political prostitutes. Aim higher. This was my instruction. Try to get into large circulation, established conservative media. rich, filthy rich movie makers, intellectuals, so-called academic circles, cynical, egocentric people who can look into your eyes with angelic expression and tell you a lie. These are the most recruitable people, people who lack moral principles, who are either too greedy or too suffer from self-importance. They feel that they matter a lot. These are the people who KGB wanted very much to recruit.
But to eliminate the others, to execute the others, don't they serve some purpose? Wouldn't they be the ones they rely on?
They serve purpose only at the stage of destabilization of a nation. For example, your leftists in United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them split, and now he's working against Sandinistas. It happened in Grenada when Maurice Bishop was already a Marxist. He was executed by a new Marxist who was more Marxist than this Marxist. Same happened in Afghanistan when first there was Taraki, he was killed by Amin, then Amin was killed by Babrak Karmal with the help of KGB. Same happened in Bangladesh when Mujibur Rahman, very pro-Soviet leftist, was assassinated by his own Marxist-Leninist military comrades. It's the same pattern everywhere. The moment they serve their purpose, all the useful idiots are either be executed entirely, all the idealistically minded Marxists, or exiled or put in prisons, like in Cuba. Many former Marxists are in Cuba, in prison. So most of the Indians who were cooperating with the Soviets, especially with our Department of Information of the USSR Embassy, were listed for execution. And when I discovered that fact, of course I was sick. I was mentally and physically sick. I thought that I'm going to explode one day during the briefing at the ambassador's office. I would stand up and say something that we are basically a bunch of murderers. That's what we are. It has nothing to do with friendship and understanding between the nation and blah, blah, blah. We are murderers. We behave as a bunch of thugs in a country which is hospitable to us, a country which with ancient traditions. But I did not defect. I tried to get the message across. To my horror, nobody wanted even to listen, least of all to believe what I had to say. And I tried all kinds of tricks. I would leak information through letters or lost documents or something like that. And still I got no message. The message was not published, even in the conservative mass media of India. The immediate impulse to defect was Bangladesh crisis, which was described by American correspondents as Islamic grassroots revolution, which is absolute baloney. There was nothing to do with Islam, and there was no grassroots revolution. Actually, there are no grassroots revolutions, period. Any revolution is a byproduct of a highly organized group of conscientious and professional organizers, but has nothing to do with grassroots. In Bangladesh, it was...
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Like, that's why you see all these Soros-funded groups doing all these protests / riots, burning down cities. It's all organized. Like, you can never believe that it's not. You'd be a fool to believe that. People don't just organize in, like, back rooms on the internet and not get in trouble.
Nothing with grassroots. Most of the Awami League party members, Awami League means People's Party, were trained in Moscow in the high party school. Most of the Mukti Fauj leaders, Mukti Fauj in Bengali means People's Army, same as SWAPO and all kind of liberation armies.
Completely agree, Presby. We're definitely at the level of corruption and resemble the Soviet Union, probably close to that time period, 15 years before the collapse. No doubt about it. I mean, we see all the crazy shit our government's doing. That's all corrupt. Even when they try to do good things, like passed the you have to have voter ID to vote, they still managed to slip in a bunch of other bullshit that completely goes against everything we should be standing for. So, even when they try to do a good thing, they slip in like 3 or 4 bad things just to kind of get you under the radar without you noticing.
They were trained at Lumumba University and various centers of the KGB in Simferopol, in Crimea, and in Tashkent. So when I saw that Indian territory is being used as a jumping board to destroy East Pakistan, I saw myself thousands of so-called students traveling through India to East Pakistan, through the territory of India, and Indian government pretended not to see what's going on. They knew perfectly well, the Indian police knew it, the intelligence department of the Indian government knew it, the KGB of course knew it, and the CIA knew it. That was most infuriating, because when I defected and I explained to the CIA debriefers they should watch out because East Pakistan is going to erupt any moment, they said I was reading too many James Bond novels. Anyway, so East Pakistan was doomed. One of my colleagues in the Soviet consulate in Calcutta, when he was dead drunk, he ventured into the basement to relieve himself, and he found big boxes which said printed matter to Dhaka University. Dhaka is the capital of East Pakistan. And since he was drunk and curious, he opened one of the boxes and he discovered not printed matter. He discovered Kalashnikov guns and ammunition in there.
Oh, shit.
Anyway, it's a long story. When I saw the preparations for the invasion into East Pakistan, obviously I wanted to defect immediately. The only thing I couldn't at that time make up my mind when and where and how. One of the reasons, of course, you see, I was in love with India. I mentioned that before. I spoke the languages. I socialized with people. And I understood that I had to act fast unless I want this beautiful country to be permanently and irreparably damaged by our presence. One of the reasons not to defect was, as you can see, I was living in relative affluence. Who the hell in a normal mind would defect and do what? To be abused by your media, to be called McCarthyist and fascist and paranoid, or to...
That's how they keep them in too. Like I can speak on Cuba for sure. The only people who have any kind of funds in Cuba are the people who are involved with the communist government. And so they're not going to give up being the only people who can eat and to go into poverty, and not just regular poverty, because now you have the whole government against you at that point. So that's kind of why once they get in power, they stay in power.
Private taxi in New York City. What for? What the hell for should I defect? To be abused by Americans, to be insulted in exchange for my effort to bring the truthful information about impending danger of subversion. As you can see, I was living in quite a comfortable conditions next to swimming pool, where Indians were not allowed, by the way. I was highly paid expert in propaganda. I had my family. I was respected by my nation. My career was cloudless. The third reason, how to defect with the family. To defect with the baby and the wife would be virtual suicide, because according to law, that hypocritical law which I quoted before, the Indian police will have to hand me over back to the KGB, and that will be the end of my defection and probably my life. Again, I cannot smuggle my wife because she was not quite sure what I was doing. She was not that idealistically involved, and she was definitely not in the total picture of what I was doing for the KGB. She would be shocked if I put her in my van and drive her to the American embassy or elsewhere. That would be a greatest danger. So again, I had to defect in such a way that my defection would look as simple disappearance. And there were many cases like that when the Soviet agents simply disappeared, either killed in action or, thanks to their curiosity and their close contacts with radicals, some of them were killed by the Marxists, by the way. It happened in many African countries when the Soviet KGB were killed by Africans themselves. Not because they hated Marxism-Leninism, but because they were simply trigger-happy bunch of unruly characters. If you give them a machine gun, they will shoot. And some of the Soviets obviously were not careful enough to protect themselves, and they got into embarrassing situations when they were shot at the crossfire between factions of so-called liberation movements. Anyway, so I decided, as I said, to study the counterculture. I decided this probably would be the best way to disappear. I socialized with characters like this on the left. You see, he's a barefoot American hippie. It took me quite a long time to study exactly what they were doing and how to mix with them. But eventually I did it. Most of Indian newspapers carried my picture and promise of 2,000 rupees for information about my whereabouts. But they were looking for the wrong person, because they obviously tried to stop a young Soviet diplomat in white shirt and tie, and this is how I looked at the time of defection. Nobody could possibly think that a Soviet diplomat would be as crazy as to join a bunch of hippies.
That's you.
Yes, travel India and smoke hash. So I made it literally almost like a Hollywood-style detective story. From under the nose of the KGB in Bombay airport, I landed the plane and I flew to Greece, where I was debriefed by the CIA. That's basically that's all for my...
Okay, we can...
So this was in 1970 that he defected and left the KGB.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Oh no, I actually pulled it up. It is 19. He started in 1969, but when he actually left and I guess escaped contact with them was in 70.
Right.
We can turn off the projector, and that's very interesting. Well, you spoke several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets use the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. There's no mystery. There's nothing to do with espionage. I know that espionage intelligence gathering looks more romantic. It sells more deodorants through the advertising, probably. That's why your Hollywood producers are so crazy about James Bond type of thrillers. But in reality, the main emphasis of the KGB is not in the area of intelligence at all. According to my opinion and opinion of many defectors of my caliber, only about 15% of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The result you can see. Most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals, are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get rid of them. They are contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information, even if you prove that white is white and black is black. You still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior. In other words,
Why you have, you know, Americans, and even you see it a lot. It's the weirdest thing here in Miami. You see it where American first generation, second generation Americans who come from Cuban parents who grew up hearing the same stories that I grew up hearing are like socialists now, and it's completely insane. I don't understand how you can become a socialist knowing what your parents or grandparents escaped from. It's wild to me. But you have actual Americans also pushing for this stuff. Like all the online, the Hassan Pikers of the world, the Young Turks were pretty fucking bad, but they follow the money, so now they're kind of they've switched off the communist talking points, right? A little bit, but I still think they're fucking commies anyway. But yeah, I mean that's why these teachers are all these schools, they're indoctrination centers, because they got this brainwashing from from the actual, the original commies.
these people, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible. To get rid society of these people, you need another 20 or 15 years to educate a new generation of patriotically minded and common sense people who would be acting in favor and in the interests of the United States society.
And yet these people who've been programmed and, as you say, in place and
Yes.
who are favorable to an opening with the Soviet concept, these are the very people who would be marked for extermination in this country?
Most of them, yes. Simply because the psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, obviously they will revolt. They will be very unhappy, frustrated people. And the Marxist-Leninist regime does not tolerate these people. They will join the links of dissenters, dissidents. Unlike in present United States, there will be no place for dissent in future Marxist-Leninist America. Here you can get popular like Daniel Ellsberg and filthy rich like Jane Fonda for being dissident, for criticizing your Pentagon. In future, these people will be simply squashed like cockroaches.
Yeah, because I mean, the Jane Fondas of the world are rich, and the rich people are the bad guys in the communist worldview. So they're gonna get the talking point is always it's these billionaires, it's these multinational corporations, which I agree they're not the billionaires as much as the multinational corporations, but eventually they realize, oh, the billionaires' money wasn't enough. Now we need to go after the millionaires and the 100,000aires, and it never ends with these people.
Is going to pay them nothing for their beautiful, noble ideas of equality. This they don't understand, and it will be a greatest shock for them, of course. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years. Actually, it's overfulfilled because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. So basically, America is stuck with demoralization, and
that line right there reminded me of that. It was during the George Floyd riots when it was the rioters were coming through, like I think it was Los Angeles, and there were these like college kids like screaming, "Yay, go George Floyd, go George Floyd." And then they threw like rocks into their window or something, and they were like, "Hey, wait, we're with you. We're with you."
Mhm.
I'm sure you guys all remember it. It was a very famous one. And yeah, it's just like they're not gonna stop once they get the people that they claim they want to get. It's gonna be
Once
everyone.
you are identified by these people as a legitimate target, that target never disappears off your back.
No, at all. And right now, right now it's in America at least it's the billionaires and anyone who's not, you know, more melanated than a light pink, right? But
Mhm.
it's gonna keep go. Eventually it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get a lot worse. It's gonna be all landowners or anyone who has the money to rent a condo or something. It never ends with this.
Unless, even if you start right now, here, this minute, you start educating new generation of Americans, it will still take you 15 to 20 years to turn the tide of ideological perception of reality back to normalcy and patriotism.
I've been a really big critic on Trump because I voted for him 3 times. The last time I was a little reluctant. Not that I was going to go vote for Kamala. I didn't believe in him anymore at all. But I did it because the Democrats were talking about the First and Second Amendment as obstacles to governance, and I couldn't bring myself to not vote for him. But that's one of the good things he's done was like taking the DEI out of the classroom. I just really hope the problem with Trump, the biggest problem with him has always been everything he does is via executive order. He doesn't get anything passed as an actual bill, and then the next president can just undo it all. So I'm hoping
Well,
he
yeah,
can get
but
something
that's not
passed.
his fault.
Yeah. Well, it's not his fault, but in a way it kind of is because if he pressured, he had the House and the Senate and he has the Supreme Court sort of. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But he had enough votes to get something passed. Not an amendment like get rid of DEI, but at the very least like a law that gets rid of DEI for X amount of years, however they do those. The problem is he doesn't want to pressure them into just doing single issue bills. Because if he did that, like the voter ID would pass, the DEI would have passed, we would have had our wall. But he tries to get these giant omnibus bills passed,
No,
and that's not his fault
he
either.
he does not try to do that.
Right?
He
That's what they
asks
pass.
Congress to do certain things, and the leadership in Congress throws them into these huge omnibus bills
Yeah, which that's a mistake. That's a big
that end up
mistake.
being, 4,000 pages long, and then you get, what happened with Obamacare, where it came out of committee, and
You need to sign the bill
Nancy
before you can read
Pelosi
it.
famously said, "You have to vote for it to read it."
Yeah, that's ridiculous. There shouldn't be these giant omnibus bills.
I mean, I don't think there should be either. I think every bill should cover one thing.
Yeah, yeah. It's just their way. It's like I said earlier. It's just the way that they sneak all the bad stuff in. I
Mhm.
don't think anyone Thomas Massey, but he's out now. But other than him, and like, there's one or two others who are okay. I'm not gonna say everyone in politics is the devil. A lot of them are though. But that's how they operate. Is they just put all this crap. They get you behind one thing. One, you know the the um the Save America Act, right? And it's like, oh, you don't want to vote for voter ID? Well, no, the voter ID thing is cool, but it's all this other stuff that I don't want to vote for. And then they paint you as like you're a traitor. You want illegals to vote, and it's like it's all just it's all just framing people as bad when they're not necessarily. It's
Well,
all
it's
about manipulating people's opinions on it.
there are so many things that he could do that he can't.
Yeah.
Over a term and a half, well, a term and a quarter of a term.
Yeah.
Do you know how many recess appointments President Trump has made?
I don't think he's been any, has he?
0.
Yeah.
Not because he doesn't want to, but because the Republican leadership in the Senate keeps holding these every 72-hour, 5-minute pro forma, quote unquote, sessions so that the Senate is always in session. You can only make a recess appointment when the Senate is out of session.
Right.
So John Thune and the Republican leadership, the rhinos, just keep the Senate in session by having some rhino senator walk in, bang the gavel, go, we're in session, have the clerk read 4 or 5 sentences, and then bang the gavel and say adjourned for the day.
Yeah. No, that's true. But yeah, the problem is that I don't know why Trump got in bed with the John Thunes and the Lindsey Grahams, and like he keeps on saying, well, John Thune, I don't know if he's still good with him, but I know Lindsey Graham, like he definitely loves him some Lindsey Graham, like for sure. And I don't. No, I'm unaware. Oh wow. The minority leader in the Senate. I'm not sure. It's a good question. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. Oh fuck. BS just froze on me. Heck. That shit froze. Is it gonna do YouTube come back now? I have YouTube back, guys. Yep, there we go. All right, so we're back. We got YouTube and Rumble. Now we're just waiting for Rick. But yeah, these what we were talking about was these big giant omnibus bills. They kind of fuck everything up. It's the only way you can ever get the two sides to agree, but also at the same time, it's every time the two sides agree, it's because we're getting fucked, the American people. So that's never good. Mhm. and Massey, who I love to death, he was fighting for the oh, we got him. Right. You're back. And you just refresh the browsers again. Boom. What the? Okay, there you are. You're back, but I'm having a little technical. Oh, wait, I got you in the wrong slot. That's probably why. Okay, there you are. All right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let's see. Maybe your audio device is wrong. Mic is on. Where's your? Give us just a. Bear with us, guys. You're not in the room? Is that what? Can you hear me? Are you there? Can you hear me? Sorry, guys. We're working through this. I have him on screen, but he can't hear me. I can hear him. So we're working on that. I told him to refresh the page. He's there. Do you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Refresh the page. All right, guys, you won't see me for a second, but I'm still here. Okay. There's. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Can you hear me?
Try that again. Yeah. I can see you now. Can't hear you, but I can see you.
See, make sure I got my audio
Okay,
set
now
up.
I hear you.
I do.
Now I hear you.
You should hear me. You don't hear me?
I do.
Oh, okay. There we go. All right, we're back. Do you see Yuri or no?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, cool. I was just telling the chat to bear with us and reiterating
Well,
again.
no, the problem with me popping out was Microsoft decided at that particular moment my machine needed to be restarted for an update.
Fuck. That's probably why. It was weird. Because I could see you and I could hear you, but I couldn't. You were on the YouTube screen and everything, but I couldn't. You couldn't hear me. So I
No,
guess the
I
update.
mean when I originally dropped out.
Oh, gotcha.
I
Yeah,
was
that's
actually, I had just, when you said I lost you, I was actually pulling up our DM to get the password to sign back in as student.
gotcha. Yeah, that's crazy.
Because my Discord on my desktop had not reopened yet because it was booting everything back up.
Yeah, it's weird that you had that thing happen right when just after my OBS froze. That's wild. Wild. But here we go. Let's get back to this.
The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and your consumption, whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. What matters is essentials, foreign relations, defense systems, and you can see it quite clearly. In some areas, in such sensitive areas, as defense, and economy. The influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world. The process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in 1968, Comrade Brezhnev said, now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all the schmucks to bring the country to crisis. To promise people all kind of goodies and paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C. with benevolent dictators like Waldale, who will promise lots of things. Never mind whether the promises are fulfilled or not. He will go to Moscow to kiss the bottoms of new generation of Soviet assassins. Never mind. He will create false illusions that the situation is under control. Situation is not under control. Situation is disgustingly out of control. Most of the American politicians, media, and educational system train another generation of people who think they are living at a peacetime. False. United States is in a state of war. Undeclared total war against the basic principles and the foundations of this system. And the initiator of this war is not Comrade Andropov, of course. It's the system. However ridiculous it may sound, the world communist system or the world communist conspiracy, whether scares some people or not, I don't give a hoot. If you are not scared by now, nothing can scare you. But you don't have to be paranoid about it. What actually happens now, that unlike myself, you have literally several years to live unless the United States wake up. The time bomb is ticking. Every second, the disaster is coming closer. Unlike myself, you will have nowhere to defect to. Unless you live in Antarctica. This is the last country of freedom and possibility.
Okay, so what do we do? What is your recommendation to the American people?
Well, the immediate thing that comes to my mind is, of course, there must be a very strong national effort to educate people in the spirit of real patriotism, number two, to explain them the real danger of socialist, communist, whatever, welfare state, big brother government. if people will fail to grasp the impending danger of that development, nothing ever can help the United States. You make use goodbye to freedom, including freedoms to homosexuals, to prison inmates, all this freedom will vanish in 5 seconds, including your precious lives. The second thing, the moment at least part of the United States population is convinced that the danger is real. They have to force their government. And I'm not talking about sending letters, signing petitions, and all this beautiful, noble activity. I'm talking about forcing the United States government to stop aiding communism. Because there is no other problem more burning and urgent than to stop the Soviet military-industrial complex from destroying whatever is left of the free world. And it is very easy to do. No credits, no technology, no money, no political or diplomatic recognition, and of course no such easy grain deals to USSR. The Soviet people, 270 million of Soviets, will be eternally thankful to you if you stop aiding a bunch of murderers who sit now in Kremlin and whom President Reagan respectfully calls government. They do not govern anything, least of all such complexity as the Soviet economy. So basic, two very simple, maybe two simplistic answers or solutions, but nevertheless they are the only solutions. Educate yourself. Understand what's going on around you. You are not living at a time of peace. You are in a state of war. And you have precious little time to save yourself. You don't have much time, especially if you are talking about young generation. There's not much time left for convulsions to the beautiful disco music. Very soon it will go, just overnight. If we are talking about capitalists or wealthy businessmen, I think they are selling the rope on which they will hang very soon. If they don't stop, if they cannot curb their unsettled desire for profit, and if they keep on trading with the monster of Soviet communism, they are going to hang very soon. And they will pray to be killed, but unfortunately they will be sent to Alaska probably to manage the industry of slaves. It's simplistic. I know it sounds unpleasant. I know Americans don't like to listen to things which are unpleasant. But I have the fact not to tell you stories about such idiocies as my film James Bond type espionage. This is garbage. You don't need any espionage anymore. I have come to talk about survival. It's a question of survival of this system. You may ask me what is it for me? Survival. Because unlike, as I said, I am now in your boat. If we sing together, we'll sing beautiful together. There is no other place on this planet to defect to.
But yeah, so it goes without saying that what he was talking about is obviously happening here. It
It's not happening.
it's happened. Yeah. You know,
But
when he was talking about this in the
what did he say
80s.
at the beginning? 3 generations.
Yep.
This was recorded in 1984. How many generations have there been since then?
Third one now, or fourth one actually is now, right?
We're
Alpha.
just starting on the 4th one.
Yeah. And they started this in the 70s. As well, I guess in the 60s really, right? Cuz he was over there in the 60s when they started bringing over the journalists, and then from there they started with the educators. Yeah.
But
it's been slower.
Within our borders.
Right.
Didn't start happening until later.
Yeah, and it's, you know, American, I always say, oh, my OBS is acting weird again. Come on, don't do this to me. Okay, it's not frozen. Okay, we're good. I always say this, American, multi-generation Americans that haven't been like out to war are very, very naive in a lot of ways. because we've had it so good for so long in this country. You know, my dad's Cuban. He came from Cuba. Like he was born over there. I grew up around a lot of Cubans. So I heard all these stories about it and how bad it was. So I'm not naive to what's going on with the communist stuff. But a lot of Americans are so naive to the fact that governments are just corrupt. You know, that the government doesn't have your best interest as an American citizen in mind when they do the things that they do. And so I think it's a big detriment that Americans are naive in that way because they can't see the things coming. You know, like when I hear a lot of these things that the Democrats are trying to put in, like, um, you know, like getting rid of the guns, for instance, right? Yeah, Republicans for the most part are like 100%. I don't want to get rid of guns at all, but they convinced half of the population that guns are bad. You know, like I would say like 90% of Democrats probably believe that guns are bad and they should all be banned. And why does anyone need a 50 caliber? And it's like, because this is fucking America. We need a fucking 50 caliber because it goes bang really loud and it's fun, right? I hate to be that guy, the crazy gun guy, but I guess I got to be the crazy gun guy. I'm for not having any bans at all. Period. That's what the Constitution
The
says.
the short answer is we need them so we don't end up like England.
Yeah, yeah. Like England, like Canada, like pretty much the whole rest of the world, um, e- except for like, yeah, no, I don't think there's any civilized nation that has gun ownership other than us, right?
Australia does.
No, they had to.
No, that's a fallacy.
It is.
Oh yeah, they changed those gun laws, and there are actually more Australians that own guns now than before they passed those laws.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought
Yep.
so. I had heard they had a mandatory gun buyback. I didn't know that they reinstated it. That's good. That's at least one
Um,
other nation.
England, you can own certain firearms, but it's limited to like bird guns to go bird hunting with, and you got to get a permit for that.
Yeah, that's crazy. Where I'm at, you don't need a permit for anything anymore. We have constitutional. Wait, did he pass? I'm pretty sure he passed actual full on constitutional carry, but I know that we have
Yeah,
permitless
well,
concealed, for sure, which is
yeah.
great because I'm not gonna
Well,
carry it open anyway.
for years in Florida, and the armed fishermen did such a great job of making these cops look like idiots with this. For years in Florida, if you were going to or coming from camping or fishing, you were allowed to open carry without a license.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Then DeSantis in the Florida legislature changed it to, okay, this is a constitutional carry state. You do not need a permit to carry either concealed or open.
Yeah. Well, the concealed was first. I know they passed concealed
Yeah.
first, and then
Um,
I know he wanted to pass full on
yeah, it's
open,
you
but
can
I didn't
full
know
on
that.
open carry now.
Yeah, that's good. That's
The
real good.
cops still aren't getting it right.
Oh well,
I
co-
watched I watched the armed fisherman, John, just like within the last week. He got his guns confiscated by Pinellas County Sheriff's Department, and they put some type of emergency restraining order on him because they were afraid he was wacko because he
of
was
course.
open carrying on the way to go fishing with his firearm, and they didn't understand the law. 2 hours after that got thrown out by the judge of the Pinellas County Sheriff's Department returned his firearms to him, the next county over stopped him and told him that he had a restraining order saying he wasn't allowed to possess guns, and he's like, "That's not true." I 2 hours ago, I left the Pinellas County Sheriff's Department where they had to give them back to me because the judge threw it out.
Good. That's a
They
big
took
problem.
guns.
The cops
They
aren't up to
took
date on all
his
the laws.
guns. That other county took his guns. And he had a physical copy of the paperwork in his hand where the judge said, "Give them back. This is tossed out." Do you know what their excuse for taking his guns again was?
But
Well, our system says it's still active. We don't care that you have the actual document signed by the judge.
holy fuck.
Our system says it's still an active restraining order, so we're confiscating your firearms.
Oh, fuck that. That's when I go to the lawyers and I say, "Hey, I need a lawyer. Let's go. We're taking these fuckers on." That's
Yeah.
fucked. That is so fucked. The cops, they don't know the law, and then when you make them look like a fool, then they don't want to respect the law even further because no one likes looking like a fool. But
I
someone
watched
needs to.
a video of a cop in Ohio, I think it was Toledo, um, was trying to railroad this woman for basically he was jonesing for ID. You gotta have that ID crack cookie.
Oh
You know,
God.
and she's like, "I don't have to give it to you." He said, "Then I'll arrest you for obstruction." She said, "What I'm doing is not obstruction. You don't have reasonable or articulable suspicion that I've committed a crime in order to demand my ID." And he looked at her and went, "Oh, you're one of those. Where did you get your law degree at?" She went, "Ohio State University."
God.
He was an
He,
attorney.
he must have felt retarded. Must have felt really retarded after that. But they unless they start getting called out on their bullshit, they're not gonna ever actually try to do right by the law is the problem.
There are more and more good officers that are beginning to speak up. And I mean, that's basically how the entire state of Tennessee sober, the number of sober drivers getting arrested, hit the mainstream media is because two Tennessee state troopers got a hold of a reporter who was investigating a single case of a sober driver, and they went, but, but you haven't even scratched the tip of the iceberg yet. We were instructed by our command that you are required to, one way or another, get X number of DUI arrests a month. And they went, what if the people we pull over drunk? Doesn't make any difference. One way or another, you've got to make this number of DUI arrests.
Well, it's the
And
same
there
with the
was
tickets,
over,
right?
in a 2-year period, there was like 2,600 drivers that were arrested for DUI that were absolutely sober.
It's the same with the quotas for speeding tickets and all that, right? Like they do that too. So
Operation Oasis is where it started back in Ohio, the Ohio State Patrol back in the 70s with Operation Oasis. Every state trooper was required to get X number of speeding tickets a month.
yep, it was like that everywhere. It was like kind of an unspoken thing, right? Like they didn't want to publicize that there was an actual quota, but there was an actual
Well, that's
quota, and
what the
everyone knew.
welcome sign did. On the welcome sign, when you came into the state, it said, "Welcome to Ohio," and the little Operation Oasis emblem was at the bottom of the sign.
Wow.
Ohio didn't hide it. Where do you think they came up with the line in Cannonball Run? Fortunately, none of the 50 states have the death penalty for speeding, but we're not sure about Ohio.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Now in Florida, it was always one of those things where it's like everyone knew, and it was everyone joked about it, but it wasn't officially a. They're saying you're getting reverb. Check your mic thing again.
Let me make sure it didn't switch over. It may just be because it's too close to my damn mouth. No, it's on the right one.
It might be something on my
It
end. Hold
Oh,
on.
it may have been because it was too close to my mouth, because after I booted up, I moved it forward.
Is it better, Greg or Presby? Either of you guys? Is his mic not echoing? See if there's anything on my end.
Okay, that was interesting. The whole screen just did something weird.
I just added a echo cancellation effect on the thing on this side, on the website thing that we're on, to see if that would help. Let's see, these guys are answering.
See if that makes a difference.
I'm not hearing it, so on my end, it's not doing anything bad. See.
Well, I've never checked the gain setting when I signed into this, so I don't know what the master gain in this is at.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
way what I normally have it.
And my OBS is acting weird right now, so I can't really check the monitor. It says your volume is lower, but still a bit of echo. That's what Greg said.
I just lowered the gain. That's why. Let's see what that does.
Let's see.
I'm not hearing any echo where I'm at.
Yeah, I'm not hearing echo either, but not sure what these guys are gonna say. See what they say.
Yeah, my echo cancellation is turned on, so.
That no one's answering. Oh, they said it's tolerable, but still there. All right, I guess tolerable, but still there. I'll have to do.
Whatever, I don't know what it is. Because I'm
Yeah,
not hearing it on my end.
yeah, me either. I'm not hearing it on my end. I'm guessing it has something to do with my OBS, which is kind of like trying to crash, but luckily staying on so that we're not gonna lose the stream again. So yeah, I'd have to like lose the stream for a minute to close it, reopen it, and all that stuff. So I'm just gonna not worry about it. I mean, we're pretty close to done anyway. We were just like, post video talk about guns because we're Americans, and we gotta wave our big floppy gun dick around. I love that about America. It's like truly the greatest thing about us. You're allowed to fucking defend yourself. Well, in the states where they haven't told you can't. The problem with that is it's gonna take someone with balls to actually defend themselves in one of those states where you can't, where they have like Jersey or California, where you have what they call duty to retreat. And in those states, basically, if you can run away, you have to. Basically, if there's no in New Jersey, if someone invades your home and you legally have a gun in your home, you have to literally be backed into a corner in a room that has no door out for you to be able to shoot someone, which is wild to me. But it's not just that.
I don't live there.
I did too for a little while. Trust me, I lived in both of those too for a little while, and I did not like it at all, one bit. But the the issue with those states, with those laws, is the only way they can get changed is, one, you get a Republican in there who's like, no, fuck this is retarded and we're going to change it. That's never going to happen in those crazy blue states. And the other way is someone has to get charged with it, not take the plea deal, and actually fight it in court. And they're not going to win in their court, so they have to get a lawyer and have a lot of money to do it, to appeal it to a higher court where it can get overturned. And they can say, no, this is stupid. If you have a gun legally, you should be able to defend yourself if someone is invading your fucking home. Like, castle doctrine should be nationwide. It's like such a common sense law that it shouldn't even be a question. Like, if someone comes to your home armed or even unarmed and breaks in, you should be able to shoot them. Like, that shouldn't even be controversial. Probably gonna get a strike on YouTube for saying that. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. Not you, but YouTube. That's
Shouldn't be controversial. You should be able to defend yourself.
Yeah, it's the dumbest thing ever. There shouldn't it should not be one bit controversial to defend yourself in your own home, especially. But even out on the street, like, what the hell? We have the right to carry arms. The states that say you don't are breaking the law, and those states need to be stopped. But no one's gonna risk their freedom over it, and you can't blame them. But it takes a person with a lot of money and a lot of balls to try and deal with that, and that's probably not going to happen in our lifetime, unfortunately. Yeah, so
They're regulating so many things that you can't. I mean, the California legislature just rubber stamped that proposed budget that Newsom sent to them like a week ago. Guess what it has in it?
oh god.
Another gas tax hike. Like California doesn't pay enough gas taxes anyway.
When I went out there, when I lived out there as an adult, it was like 2013ish, and I don't remember what gas was in Florida at the time, but when I got to California, it was like, probably, if I had to guess, it was probably like $1 to $1.50 more than it was anywhere else. Where I was living out there, I was living up in the mountains, so it was kind of like in a remote area. So the gas is a little higher by default because they have to transport it further. And it was like $4.50 when I got there, $4.50. That's like their normal. That's their normal up there. They don't.
Well, that's actually cheap for California now.
Well, yeah, for now, yeah, for sure, because it just went back to. I paid $3.30 yesterday here in Miami, and California is always at least like $1.50 or $2 more than us. When I would go down to like San Francisco, sometimes my job would take me there. Gas was always like $1 more there than it was even where I was in the remote mountains, which was wild to me. So like gas was like $5.50 and up when I was out there. It's just how much more can you tax? I guess gas in some of those cities though, like San Francisco, is a luxury because you especially in San Francisco, it's really hard to get around driving just because, one, if you're not from there and you don't know the area, the streets are very confusing. That's fine though. Like, you could deal with that with GPSs and whatnot. But the big issue is it's hard to find parking everywhere in San Francisco. It's just the street
Near
parking is
impossible
always,
to find
yeah.
parking in San Francisco.
Yeah, it is. It really is. So most people take the buses. So in a place like that, the gas really is a luxury tax kind of thing. Now, in a place like Los Angeles, you need a car. It's so big and spread out, and the buses, they're decent locally. Like, if you're staying around like West LA near the beach, they're decent there. You know, if you're in downtown area and you're sticking around that downtown area, I don't know why you would, because you're gonna get mugged and raped probably by a crackhead. But you know, the in a, if you're maintaining staying within a certain region, then yeah, it's not so bad. But if you need to leave that area to go somewhere else, you're screwed with the buses out there. And so you kind of need gas, and gas is, you know, it's not San Francisco price, but it's not much cheaper. It's like $1 lower maybe. It's crazy. And when we had the crazy gas prices under Biden, I have a buddy that lives in a remote area out there too, and he was like telling me it's like $8 a gallon, which is like more than Europe. No, no, never mind. It's not more than Europe. Europe is crazy price too, though. Like they do it by the liter out there, so it's four
They do
liters
it.
to a gallon basically, and I think they're like typically between $2 and $4, which is wild.
Last time I was in Europe, let's see, it would have been 22, 2022, I think it was. And in the Netherlands, gas was €1.97 to the liter or something like that. It was insane.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's insane. The Yeah, I wouldn't want to deal with that. Thank God we're Americans and we conquer the oil places, sorta, almost, maybe.
Oh, it's worse than that in some places. I mean, like there's I've got friends that are in the boating community, and when I say boating, I don't mean like a ski boat out on a local lake. Like they cross oceans
Oh
in
wow.
their sailboats and their trawlers, and uh, a couple of them are in the Marquesas right now. They uh, did the Pacific crossing last year, French Polynesia, and in French Polynesia, you have to apply for a permit to buy diesel. You can get regular gasoline, but to get diesel, you have to apply for a permit from the government to get approved.
To buy diesel?
Mhm.
Wow. I guess they don't. Well, they don't really. I would imagine that unless you're a trucker out there, you don't have a car that does diesel, because in Europe, aren't most of the cars usually kind of
On
small?
small islands, they
Yeah,
don't have diesel trucks there. The only thing that uses diesel there is marine diesel engines or generators.
yeah,
So they restrict how much a quote unquote tourist can buy so that, their generators and stuff don't run out.
yeah,
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 it's weird.
yeah. The world is a weird place. I've I've haven't traveled outside of. I've traveled all over the United States. Like, I mean, not every state I've been to, but I've been to a lot. I've driven cross country several times, like in both directions, north to south, or south to north and back, and east to west and back. And you know, you definitely, even within, I mean, this is a huge country, right? So like you see a lot of things when you travel, and like differences in different regions and how people are, and globally though, it's like a whole other scale. Like I've been to Jamaica. When I was a kid, we went to Mexico on a cruise. And granted, a cruise isn't like the best way to experience a place, but you kind of do see some stuff. But I was too young to really appreciate that. But as an adult, I went to Jamaica, and it's like Jamaica is kind of, it's crazy to see how the poverty is over there. Like everyone is trying to hustle in some way or another, be it like uh, there were people who were doing like dollar exchanges. Obviously, they charge more, but you don't have another place to go get a dollar exchange in that area because you're way away from the city. It's like a tourist location. It was what was the name of the place that we went? It was Negril. So it's like kind of
Mhm.
like a smaller beach town, where there's like basically like a big strip where there's what they call resorts, but they're really like small little hut kind of villages almost where
Yeah.
you rent. It's not like what when you think of a resort, you're thinking of like something like Cancun or like somewhere in Puerto Rico. No, it's not anything like that. It's like little small huts, effectively, no air conditioner or anything. Granted, it's actually there was a nice breeze. It wasn't so hot or anything crazy like that, but still, you'd think air conditioning would be standard on a place that people go for tourism, but it wasn't. And if you're white, every driver on the road is a taxi automatically
Yep.
if you're a white person because they know that you're not from there and therefore you must have all kinds of money. It's not even super expensive to go out there. It was actually really good vacation, but everyone is like hustling something, like be it like little carved wooden things or trying to sell you weed or other drugs. Like one one guy was like, I got coke, I got ecstasy, I got weed, I got Viagra. And it was funny because they asked my friend's dad who was with us on the trip. That guy went up to him and we were like, so he wanted to give you the Viagra, he knows. So we were just fucking with him the whole time about being old and not being able to get a hard on. I don't know if he could get a hard on or not, but whatever. But we're gonna
Yeah,
definitely
but you
joke
gotta
about
pay
it.
money about it.
Yeah, of course, of course.
I've been all over the place, man. I mean, I spent 8 years stationed in Bad Tolz, Germany. Um, so I took advantage of being over there for so long. I've been to Italy, I've been to Greece, I've been to France, I've been to Spain, I've been to Portugal, I've been to Scotland, I've been to England, I've been to Ireland, both Irelands, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, Denmark, the Netherlands, Luxembourg. Um, I've been to Japan. I was stationed in Korea twice. I've been to Australia. Um, I've been to New Zealand, Mexico, numerous Central American countries. Um, Canada. I mean, I was in Canada when I was a teenager with drum and bugle corps. We would go up into Canada and do competition. I've been to Iceland.
Out of everywhere you've been, what was like the biggest culture shock to you? Which place?
Well, that depends. Are you talking about a combat zone or non-combat zone?
Uh, I was thinking non-combat, but because combat you can't
Um,
really judge a place, right? Like it's not normally
yeah,
like that.
well, that's why I was asking because you said of every place you've been.
Yeah.
Um, it would have to be a tie between Australia and Greece.
Really? See, Australia, I wouldn't have thought because they're a different branch, but they're a branch of like England, just like we are. We branched off from England. I would have thought that wouldn't be
Well, they
so
are, but
different.
they're not. I mean, they're you go to England, and because of the differences in climate, there's a ton. I did not realize how less quote unquote prim and proper they would be in Australia than in England. Because I thought like you, oh, I don't know, yeah, they're part of the British Commonwealth. They're going to be just like the Brits in England. Yeah, no,
Well, they are the
nope.
prison island, right? That's how they were
Yeah,
formed originally. They were a prison colony, so I'm sure they're
and
not
and they're
prim and
not
proper, but
scared of a whole lot of stuff. I mean, most tourists they see a critter and they go, ah, and the Australians just go, "Ah, yeah, it'll only kill you if you get within a meter of it or so. Don't worry about it." I'm like, yeah, no, no, nope,
I I've seen the
nope. If
videos
that
of the
thing can run
guys.
faster than a meter in a second, he's too close.
I've seen the videos of the guys boxing kangaroos, and that shit's wild to me. I would not want to box a kangaroo.
Have you seen the picture or the video of the giant spider dragging the rat up the wall backwards?
No,
Yeah,
holy shit!
yeah. Huge fucking spider in Australia came through a window, got a hold of a rat, and the spider's crawling up the wall backwards, dragging the rat up the wall. I'm like,
I
yeah,
don't want to
no,
know how.
no, 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 no,
I don't
no.
ever want to see that spider. That's a giant fucking spider that is way too big to exist. It shouldn't
It
be. It
was
should be
actually
illegal.
smaller than the camel spider.
I'm not familiar with the camel spider.
Camel spiders are a desert spider. We first one I ever saw was Saudi Arabia when we were staging and gearing up to liberate Kuwait. And I saw this thing scattering across the desert at me, and I emptied my MP5 into it. I mean, I emptied a full clip into it. And my OIC and a Saudi major came out. Who fired? Sergeant Donner, what the hell? What are you shooting at? And I said, I don't know what it was, sir, but it was big. It had 8 legs, and it was coming right at me. And the Saudi major started laughing. He went, yeah, camel spider all over the place. I'm like,
Wow.
excuse me?
Yeah. No. That I don't. I don't want anything to do with that.
This thing was like that long. It
Wow.
was a good 2.5 feet long. It looked like a giant white ant, but it had 8 legs.
Oh hell no. Keep
Yeah,
that thing away from me. So it's a land lobster, but bigger.
kind of.
Nope. I'm out. I don't want anything to do with that. I do not want anything to do with that. Although I would be less scared of that than those damn Lone Star ticks that are going around now. Because if one of those ever bit me, I would not want to continue this existence. Never be able to eat meat again? No way.
Well, there's
No
certain
fucking way.
meats you can eat. It
Chicken,
seems to only affect being able to eat beef.
beef and
Um,
pork, beef and pork,
well,
which are like my two
it
primaries.
depends on what part of the pig.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, the reddish colored meat like ham, no. The white part of the pig, the regular pork, yeah.
Loin stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still not good though. I couldn't do it. I would not want to
Course,
be
that would
around.
mean you couldn't eat bacon anymore.
I know. No bacon, no beef. Like those, beef and pork are my staples. Beef more than pork, but I couldn't do that. You know Tweak, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, he got bit by two of them apparently. The last I heard from him. At first he was feeling all right, but then I heard he wasn't doing so well. I hope he's okay, because I would not want to get bit by one of those.
What was the last day that Gina and Sean were on before they left to start driving? Was that Wednesday?
It was Thursday, I think. I
It
want to
was
say it was
Wednesday
Thursday.
or it was Wednesday or Thursday. He had popped in that night for a little bit and said he was feeling better.
Oh, good.
Now that's been what, 4 days ago, 3, 4 days ago. So
Yeah, I got to reach out to him because I actually want to do a weekly show with him. Um, I've been meaning to reach out, but then I had heard that his health kind of took a turn, and I just wanted to give him some time to recover. It's kind of worrying that's a bad one, especially for a guy like him that he kind of lives out in nature, and he has his goats and he tries to be self sufficient, and that puts a real dent on everything. Not being able to eat a whole food group, especially if you're not trying to eat all the preservative filled crap from stores. Yeah, I don't envy that. I don't envy that one bit. I don't want to get bit by that thing.
police in England apparently Southport or no, they're fearing another Southport. A police department in England apparently edited a mother's statement after her daughter was stabbed 23 times in the head by a Sudanese asylum seeker.
Oh God.
They edited the words that she said because they were afraid her statement would cause racist violence.
Don't they realize that makes people racist? Like, if you want racism, that's how you get racism.
Hmm.
Like, it's the same thing as, like, we need anti-Semitic hate speech laws because there's too much anti-Semitism, and okay, but if you Semites are pushing this anti-Semitic hate speech laws on us, like, that's only gonna make us hate you. I
Well,
think it's on purpose. It's
first of all, there's no such thing as hate speech.
No, I
Hate
agree.
speech is a meaningless fucking term that some
Yep.
politician somewhere made up. Are there things that you shouldn't say because they're inappropriate? Yes.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make it hate speech. It just means you're a flippin' idiot.
Yeah. Exactly. Like, there are definitely things that, if you want to live in a polite society, you shouldn't run around saying the N-word, right? Not a good idea. However, you have the right to be an asshole. You absolutely have the right to be an asshole. And here, that's the thing that always gets me um with the anti-Semitism laws that they keep trying to push. It's like, I don't agree with any of it, obviously. However, if we were going to have some kind of laws against certain words or certain phrases, you would think, with the history that we have, it would either be black people, like we would ban the N word completely, or like Japanese people who we had put in internment camps. Those are the only people who really had some actual grievances in this country. Maybe some Irish people too, right, from the indentured servitude days. But it's not any of them. It's like Jews who have done fairly well in this country and never really had an issue. It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense, but at least the other ones there you could make an argument for.
Yeah.
They don't make an argument. It's really hilarious when you see like guys like like the Brandon Tatums of the world who made their mark by criticizing all the bad stuff in black culture come out defending a lot of this stuff. It's wild to me. It's all wild to me. I don't like 99% of online personalities. I don't like 100% of mainstream media personalities though. So at least there's the 1% that I do like of online personalities.
Jesus, that thing is still burning?
Happened?
That warehouse in Los Angeles is still burning. It's been 6 days.
Yeah.
How could you have not put out a warehouse fire in 5 or 6 days?
Got to be on purpose, no? Unless it's like a chemical. Is it? It's not a chemical fire, is it? If it's like
Cold storage warehouse.
oh, yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Fire officials say the solar panels on the roof have made the firefight more difficult.
Solar panels will do that. It's the lithium ion stuff that causes electrical fires. That's why the
No, they're talking about the actual panels, not the storage batteries. Although they have to have a battery storage system there somewhere if they have
yeah.
solar panels.
Not necessarily because they could always just push power back to the grid if they don't have batteries.
Yeah.
And just get like way cheaper electricity when they don't have sun. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing about solar panels here. There are houses that have them, but it rains so much that there's just gonna be times where you're not getting shit from it, and then there's other times where it's like sunny all.
Built oil hides full ignition with a solar panel on the roof. That's the one thing that scares me about my friends in the boating community is a lot of them have put lithium.
In which community?
The boating community, a lot of them have put lithium batteries on their boats with solar panels so they don't have to run generators and stuff all the time.
Yeah, that's that's good. That's tough because those batteries that you can't really put them out easily. Like there, you need a special fire hydrant for them, and
You
you know,
need a special fire suppression system, yeah.
yeah, to power those boats, that's got to be a big ass battery.
Oh no, they have diesel engines.
Uh-huh.
It's just to run things like their chart plotter, their
Oh, okay. Fridge.
refrigerator, their radio, things like they
Air
actually have
conditioning if they have it.
engines and more sails to move. But if you're not running the engine, then you don't have the alternator, and not every boat has a generator on it. Some of them, without solar panels, the only way you can charge batteries is to run the engine.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's got to be cool though to sail around the world or sail or motorboat around the world.
With
That's
any
gotta.
amount of luck, I will depart to be doing that this fall.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah,
You
I got
taking
myself
off
a
with a buddy?
Lagoon 450F. No, I got my own.
Oh shit.
I got
Where
a Lagoon 450F. She's on the hard in Annapolis right now.
where are you gonna take it out to?
First down the East Coast to the Caribbean, and then I'll have to take her through the canal, and then I want to spend a season in the Sea of Cortez in Mexico, and go up the west coast of Central America, and then take off and go over to French Polynesia.
Just make sure you're back by the summer.
Eventually, I want to make it all the way around the world. Is what I want to do.
Is it do you get a lot of storm info when you're out on the
Oh yeah,
open ocean?
oh yeah. With the advent of things like Starlink. Oh yeah, yeah.
And when you're on one of those boats like mid-ocean, how far can they go before you need like as far as like having enough food and supplies, how far could you
It
go?
it depends on the size of the boat. It depends on the type of the boat. Um,
Shit, we just got
Depends on
raided,
how many
maybe?
people you have on the boat.
What's up, Mike? PT
I
Pod
mean,
is in the chat.
obviously, the more crew you have on the boat, the faster you're going to go through the food.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
depends on what equipment you have on the boat. Does the boat have a water maker? If it has a water maker, then you don't have to worry about running out of fresh water. So,
Yeah. No, it's how long does it take, like, if you were to take off from, you know, a dock out near you, or the nearest one to you? Because, oh, well, you have the Great Lakes right there that go out to the ocean, right?
no, I'm actually in Tennessee.
Oh,
I'm
so
in Middle Tennessee.
where's your I thought you said Ohio. I thought you said Lima.
No, you asked where I'm from. I said
Oh,
originally Ohio.
oh, gotcha. I misheard you. I thought you said Lyman, Ohio.
That's where I was born and raised at. Yeah. Um, she's sitting on the hard in a marina in Annapolis, Maryland. So I'll have to go out to Chesapeake and down the ICW to Florida, and then across to Bimini and down the
How
Virgin Islands,
how
and
long would it take you to get from the port that you're gonna leave from to, like, say, Spain?
going east, depending on wind, about 16, 18 days.
That's not so bad. Is that is your boat full on just sails, or is it also engine?
Those two diesel engines. It's a catamaran. The Lagoon
Okay.
450 is a catamaran, so it's got two diesel engines, um, two foresails, and a mainsail.
Does it go I'm totally not a boat person, so forgive the stupid questions. Do you do only engines or only sails, or is there an advantage if you do both at the same time?
Sometimes you do what's called motor sailing. A lot of times there's not enough wind to
Uh,
push you
Beyond what
on
the motors
your
can do.
own, or like if the winds, like when you're trying to go up the east coast in the United States, you got the Gulf Stream current, but the wind's coming out of the north, so the wind is pushing against you, and you're using the engines to go north, you know,
So yeah, so it's
just
strategic
because
based
the
on the wind
current's
direction.
coming from the south. Well, a lot of times what you'll do is you'll put the mainsail up, and it's called motor sailing. And basically, what that mainsail being up does is it keeps you from going back and forth, rolling one way or the other. It's not as bad in a catamaran as it is a monohull when you're fighting wind with the current like
How
that. It
how deep under the water does the bottom of a catamaran go?
depends on the size of the catamaran.
Ah, yeah, because
Depends on the size of the catamaran. It depends on what type of keel it's got on it. Depends what type of rudders it's got on it. Does it have a straight shaft as opposed to a sail drive?
yeah, I pulled up the Lagoon 450F to see what it looked like. That's much bigger than what when I was a kid. There were people that had catamarans, but they were like small, just like with a sail, like
Mhm.
very small. I've never seen one that big. That's huge. That's a beautiful boat. Like it's a full on boat, not like you wouldn't sail on one of these catamarans that I'm talking about from when I was a
It,
kid. Not
it's a
out.
mobile home for the water, is what it
Yeah,
is.
yeah, that's badass. That is so badass. Do you have it docked somewhere right now?
It's on the hard. It's out of the water right now.
How would
It
you?
hadn't been refit in years, and all the electronics are getting redone. The transducer's getting changed. Bottom paint it's getting redone.
Where it's getting
I
redone, I would imagine it has to be near water, right? Because they can't.
oh yeah, it's at a marina.
Okay.
They just use a travel lift and lift it up and then put it on stands. When I say on the hard, it means it's on land. They have these big concrete areas where they lift them out of the water and move them, and then they got stands that go under them to, you know, keep them upright.
Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine it would be hard to transport that giant thing anywhere really. the a lot of the companies that make big boats down here, they're like all right on like outlets that go right into the
Mm.
ocean. Um so yeah, they make big boats, they repair big boats right on the water. Basic, they have like a big building where they kind of like elevator it up to or crane it up to like a higher rack or whatever, and then they have racks of boats that they're repairing and or storing or whatever else the case may be. But they're right on the water, so they just drop it right back into the water, and then the owner just goes. It's it's a big business out here. A lot of boat people, obviously, but
Oh,
you
there's a
know,
lot of cruisers that go through your area.
oh yeah, no, the cruises are insane. The cruises, there are some
No, I
boats.
don't mean cruises like a cruise ship. Cruisers,
Yeah,
people
yeah.
that have their own boat.
Oh yeah,
That
yeah,
that because you a lot when you a lot of them, especially in monohulls, instead of going out in the open water, they'll come down the intercoastal waterway um, along the East Coast and end up down in the Miami area, and then they shoot over to Bimini Island
yeah.
from Miami, Fort Lauderdale area.
My neighbor used to have a small boat. We used to go out fishing. So sometimes it was so much fun. I have another friend who had like a bigger boat, and he would go out to Bimini and stuff, and also
Mm.
fish, but also go out there and hang out for a day, drink, and then come back. And a lot of a lot of boats. Even people who aren't that well off down here sometimes have boats, and it shocks you. But yeah, boats are it's a big boat culture down here. Everyone loves boats. Back when I was younger and the economy was better, most people knew someone personally that had a boat. If you didn't own one, you knew someone who did. But nowadays, it's like it's not the same. It's just people don't have the money for it. It's very expensive to maintain. It's very expensive to fuel. It's very
Well, it
expensive to
it it
park.
can be very expensive to maintain if you don't keep up on
Yeah,
it. If you keep up on it, I mean, it's really no different than any other type of home. You just have to do certain things more often than you do with a house on. But there's a lot of ancillary stuff that you've got to have. You've got to have an AIS.
an
Um,
AIS.
an AIS is an automatic identification system. You have to register the boat with the International Maritime, and they issue you an AIS number, and you program that into your AIS system on your boat, and that will allow anybody out on the water to see you. It's basically collision avoidance. It's the
Yeah, so
same,
two boats don't head on.
it's like aircraft that have the transponder on them for ATC. It's just made for boats on the ocean. You're restricted from certain areas at certain times of the year for your insurance. Like you've got to be out of the hurricane zone during hurricane season. If you're not out, your insurance won't cover you.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is boat insurance expensive?
It can be.
Does it depend like how often you're out on the boat? Is that part of the equation?
It depends on what part of the world you're in, what you use the boat for, whether or not you're a licensed captain or not, or whether you're just a weekender. Because you don't have to have a license to take it to take one out under a certain size.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But if you go to the Coast Guard course and get your license, the insurance is cheaper.
Right.
Now,
I would
it
imagine
depends
for
on
the
the
size of
equipment you've
yours.
got on board.
For
You
the size of
know,
yours, I bet you need to have a captain's license, right?
so,
Really?
oh,
Without a license, could you sail across the world legally?
sure. There's certain places that wouldn't let me, countries that wouldn't let me check in
Because you're not licensed.
because I'm not licensed.
Are you gonna
Yeah,
do it?
there's a zone in the Mediterranean that takes up southern Italy and over to Greece. Um, and I can't remember what the name of that zone is, but you to check in anywhere along there, you have to have your captain's certificate, and you're only allowed to be there for 180 days. After 180 days, you have
Gonna get your captain's license before you go?
to. Oh, I already have it.
Oh,
I've had it for years.
yeah. That seems like it would be a waste not to get it if you have a boat and like wanted to sail the world. Because I'm sure there, like you said, there's places that aren't gonna let you in, and that kind of defeats the purpose of traveling the world.
Yeah, oh, there's a lot of insurance companies that won't even touch you if you don't have it. There are some that will give you insurance, but they're going to charge you out the ass.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. Is it hard to get the license?
No,
Is it a lot of is there I'm guessing it's similar to driver's license where there's a written and then a actual driving test?
you have to take a written test, and then they take you out, and you do basic things. But then you also have to get X number of hours on the water with a licensed captain.
Uh that's the expensive part. It's kind of like pilots.
Oh
I
no, if you've got your own boat, you just find somebody who has a captain's license and go, "Hey, come out with me, um, so I can get my water time in," and they just sign off on
Oh,
the
okay.
hours.
That's not so bad.
It's like a flight instructor.
Yeah. Well, flight instructors though, that they as far as I know, you're not going to find a free flight instructor.
No, I mean, well, but if you guys somebody that has a captain's license and you just need your water time, it's like, hey, come on, let's let's go over to the Bahamas for the weekend so I can get some water time in towards my certification, and I'll provision the boat. You don't have to worry about it. I got alcohol, I've got food. You got a place to sleep. You don't have to worry about that. And,
What are the
they're
legalities
like, oh
of
hell yeah.
what are the
Pardon?
legalities of drinking on the while you're captaining a ship?
You don't do it. If you're in international waters, you can be drunk and operate the boat all you want in international waters because it's international waters. There's
Yeah.
no law enforcement out there. You don't do it. You just don't do it. Well, let me caveat that. You don't do it if you are going to be standing watch on the boat while she is underway.
So one person needs to be sober.
Well, if it's an overnight passage, you really need two or three.
Yeah. Is it like truck driving where there's a time limit? Like you can only drive for so long?
No, no. In fact, when you make the Pacific crossing from Mexico to go to French Polynesia, you leave Mexico, and depending on when, you're looking at anywhere from 28 to 35 days.
Wow.
So, no, if you were only allowed to go 8 to 10 hours a day,
Yeah, that would be worse. That would definitely be worse. What
no. Plus,
when
out
you're
in the middle of the ocean, there's no place to park.
true. True. Well, I would imagine you'd have to if there was. I mean, you're in international waters. What law is there really? But if there was some kind of law enforcement for that, I would imagine you would have to have a second and third driver for that
No,
kind of a trip.
one of my good friends just was she been over in French Polynesia 2 years now? How long's Lauren been over? I think the spring makes 2 years. She's got a Beneteau 55 monohull, and she went alone.
Damn. So when she had to
She
sleep, what did
just
she do?
she would set an alarm and you know take naps, and the alarm would go off after about an hour and a half. She'd sleep out in the cockpit, um, where she could hear her alarms if she needed to, and then she would set an alarm on her phone and wake up and check everything and make sure everything was okay. And
When you're out that far, like you said, from Mexico to French Polynesia's, did you say 28 days?
it anywhere from 28 to 35 days, depending on when.
When you go on a trip that's that long, is there places to stop for fuel ups over out there?
You not from Mexico to there.
So you're gonna have to sail a lot of that.
If you leave from Panama, no, once you leave Mexico, once you leave the Baja Peninsula in Mexico, taking that route to French Polynesia, that's it. You're done. You're not going to see land until you get to the Marquesas.
Wow.
If you leave Panama and take that route across, you can stop at the Galapagos for a short period of time. I got some friends at Tara. They're on a catamaran. They're making their second Pacific crossing. They've already been around the world once. They're making their second one. They left from Panama. They stopped in the Galapagos for 1 day to refill their uh, their jerry cans for their diesel. Um, and then they went on from there. So it
Damn.
depends on which route you take.
Yeah, that's insane. So how you'd have to sail the majority of that, I would imagine. Like how many miles does a full fueled catamaran take you
Depends on
just
the
on
size of
fuel?
your tanks and the number of engines. Um, if if you need to motor, you can actually motor on one for a while. You don't have to run both engines. That cuts down your fuel burn. Depends on the size of the tanks and how much extra fuel you can carry in jerry cans. Um, you really don't have to run the engines all the time. There's an area called the doldrums, which is the convergent zone between the weather patterns in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. Not surprisingly, split by the equator. The equator marks the middle of that zone called the doldrums. You do a lot of motoring through that area, and that can be, 300-400 miles depending. And then you get down into the southern hemisphere where you pick up the trade winds again from the weather patterns in the southern hemisphere.
So it takes a lot of charting beforehand to like
Hmm.
find the route that's gonna get you there with the amount of fuel that you have.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing about a sailboat is if you have wind, your range is unlimited.
Right. Well, it has to be going in the right direction though too, no?
No, you can sail against the wind. You can
Oh,
sail
you
upwind.
can?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't I
Yeah, when you hear about boats tacking, what they're doing is going upwind and you're having to zigzag back and forth to get the wind to. When you look at the sail on a sailboat, it's take an aircraft wing, which is flat on the bottom and curved on the top, take that
Mhm.
flat bottom off of it and turn it on its side, and that's basically what a sail is. You actually want curvature in the sail because that creates high pressure and low pressure on that sail, and if you're going upwind by tacking on each side of the baseline upwind, you're creating high pressure on the front of the sail, low pressure on the back of the sail, so it's pulling forward.
Damn, that's cool. That's sounds like a lot of hard work. You got to be physically fit to do that.
It's well, most boats nowadays have self-diving sails. You don't have to worry about, you know, one person letting out, another trying to reel in. You can just stand in the cockpit, one person, and let out on one while they reel in on the other, and the sail moves itself across. Where it used to be, you would have to, you know, do all kinds of crazy, dangerous shit. Like if you're talking about a jib sail, if you don't have a self-driving jib sail, somebody's got to go out and pull that sail across to the other side of the boat,
Yeah.
and that can be dangerous depending on the weather.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. One big wave can knock you out into the ocean, and
The rogue wave can do it, believe it or not. In sailing, the same as in flying, darkness is considered a weather
darkness
condition.
makes sense. It makes sense because you're gonna not be able to see much
Yep,
around you, and those waves will come a lot, a
yep.
lot more stealthily. Yeah. Do people kind of just avoid sailing during the summer months to avoid hurricane season and whatnot?
No, no, only in the hurricane zone.
So
It's like our
from
summer is the
Africa to
southern hemisphere's winter,
yeah, yeah,
and after you reach a certain point north, I mean, in the summer, you get once you get up above like Chesapeake, um, you can
very
sail
rare
in
that you're gonna
the
hit
summer,
a
no
storm.
problem. I mean, you've got to pay a little bit closer attention to the weather because you're going to have more storms, thunderstorms and squalls and stuff in the summertime than you would the winter time. But yeah, you can do it.
Yeah, definitely. That's awesome. So you're this fall is when you're planning to go out?
Hopefully, end of November.
Oh wow, nice. That's gonna be fun. Are you gonna be recording any videos while you're out there?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I will.
You said
Oh,
you are gonna have
Starlink.
Starlink? Ah, that's
Yeah.
gonna be
Oh
cool.
yeah. You got to have it. Yeah. I
Definitely.
mean, you could have like Garmin. Garmin makes a satellite communication thing, but it's like using a 14.4 dial-up modem.
Oh God. I'm old enough to know about I'm 47, so I'm old enough to know
Yeah.
about all that.
No, Starlink is the way to go, and with Bezos putting the LEOs in now,
What are the
uh,
Leos?
it's the Amazon version of satellite internet. Those are beginning to launch and go online, so it's
Now there'll be a price war between them, and it
yeah,
should get
but
cheaper.
it's actually not that bad.
I
I mean, Starlink for yeah, you got to have a mobile plan for it, and or not mobile, marine plan for Starlink because you're out on the water, you're not on land, but
right.
it's like $180 a month
Oh,
for
that's not as bad as I thought it
high
would be.
speed. internet.
When I first looked into Starlink because it was all the rave, it was like $250 a month for their normal base plan. I was like, wow, that's crazy.
Oh yeah, yeah, you get a lot cheaper in that now, especially on land.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not so bad. When I lived out in the mountains, it was like the only thing available to me was HughesNet, which is like
Mm.
old satellite internet. And
Yep, I had that at one point in time because I lived out where there was no wired internet. Yeah.
yeah, and they limit you on how much data you can use. I think it was like 10 or 20 gigabytes, maybe 30 was the max plan. I don't remember. I had the max plan, and
But then you had to buy more tokens.
me and my friends would watch movies on, and I had an HD TV, and we would watch HD movies. This was before 4K, luckily. But you know, one day of watching a couple of, 3, 4 movies, because we're in the mountains. It's snow time. You're not going anywhere. So
Mhm.
one day of watching like some movies, and that's it. Your internet for the month is done. Done. With
Yeah,
Starlink though, it's unlimited.
but you can get more tokens with Usenet.
Where I was, you couldn't at the time. It was like 2014-ish, 15, and
Oh,
there.
they may not have sold them back
Yeah,
then.
back then,
No.
or it could
Where
have been
I
a
had
regional
it,
thing.
you just opened up the app that installed on your desktop computer, and you could tell it you wanted more tokens, and it would add it to your bill. Your bill would be more expensive at the end of that month
Yeah,
to add it
and
to your bill.
the wild part was that when I was out there, the house that I was renting, it it was in a more remote part of the area. There were places in town where they had stuff like wired internet, and I had lived there before. And then my landlord was like, "Hey, my other place just opened up. You might be interested in this one because it's really nice." So I checked it out. I fell in love with the place. I moved in. I didn't think about this, but you know, there was no wired internet, so I had to get HughesNet. And then my phone didn't have reception, so
Mhm.
I didn't even have a fallback of my phone. And connecting to the internet, once your signal, once you ran out of your high speed data, basically we're on 14.4 speeds, and it was just useless anyway. So yeah, it was awful. It was awful, but it was a beautiful place. I loved the place. The internet situation was awful. I would have definitely gotten Starlink when I was out there for sure. Because God, not having internet was kind of sad. In the
Well,
winter,
and the new
especially.
Starlink antennas don't have to move anymore.
They don't
The
have to
first
what?
Star the remember the first Starlink antennas? They were kind of that round, and they were on that post, and
Yeah.
tripod post, and it would swivel and to lock onto that. Well, there's no satellites up there now that you can just like the Starlink mini dish now is just a little bigger than a notebook size square that you just lay flat. And there's enough
It's a lot better.
satellites up there now that it's always picking one up somewhere.
It's crazy what he's done with that. Like, there was no satellite internet, then there was a little bit that sucked, and now there's Starlink all over the world, and he's like using it. And I mean, the whole Ukraine war, if it wasn't for Starlink, like Ukraine would have had their shit kicked in a lot quicker.
Yeah, probably.
It's insane. Elon has so much power. I I can't help but think that they're gonna want to shut him down at some point. Now he's
Oh, they
like
tried. They tried under Biden.
yeah, yeah, but I think at some point both sides are gonna have to take a serious look at him. Um, because
He's too embedded into the infrastructure now.
yeah,
And
that's
with him building that computer chip factory now,
yeah.
he's gonna be way too embedded into the
Well, he
infrastructure
he's
for
space right now. Like all of space is basically him. Like Bezos is trying, but let's be real, Bezos is not competing with Elon in space. And
he's getting to the point where he's going to be able. I mean, it took SpaceX launched. I think back. I think it was like their 12th or 14th attempt with a Falcon 9 before they finally successfully landed one, and that was on land. That wasn't on one of the drone ships. That was on land. Um, the New Glenn rocket, which is the orbital one, not the dildo that Katy Perry went up in. Uh, which is bigger than the Falcon 9. It can launch a heavier payload. They landed it on their drone ship on its second launch.
Oh wow. Yeah, I didn't.
So, now granted, Blue Origin has a lot of data and stuff from SpaceX doing it for so long. But Jeff Bezos, people don't realize Jeff Bezos and Elon actually get along. Everybody thinks they hate each other, and they actually don't.
Yeah, no, I don't think they don't get along. I think all
Um,
those tech bros behind
and
the scenes get
and
along.
and they coordinate. I mean, the whole reason Bezos built the New Glenn the size and capability he did was because it falls right in the middle between the Falcon 9 and the Falcon Heavy.
Yep, makes
So
sense. They're not.
Elon's not going to have to waste a Falcon Heavy on something that is light enough that it doesn't need it because it's too heavy for his Falcon 9.
Yeah,
So, I mean, they're, you know,
yeah. They. I mean, they're. I think it's just like Democrats and Republicans, right? For the most part, they play angry at each other all the time, but then they all go to the same bars and socialize.
Mhm.
It's. I think that the.
Well, they used to. Nowadays,
You
I'm
don't think
sure
they do?
some of them still do, but I don't think they do in the
I.
numbers
I
like.
think the more far right and far left ones probably don't, but I think the establishment Democrats and Republicans all still hang out.
There are very few establishment Democrats anymore.
You don't think so?
No.
Hmm.
No, Bill Maher described it best. He said, "I didn't move to the right.
Yeah, everyone
The
says that. The left
left
moved away from me.
moved farther left from me."
Yeah, that's what
You
they all
know,
say.
the Democrats that you and I grew up with when we were kids
They don't
are
exist anymore.
are they're dying off. The few that are left are dying off. I mean, come
Yeah.
on. The most reasonable person in the Democrat Party right now in Congress is the guy from Pennsylvania that had the stroke right before he was elected.
It's so
And he's
funny.
the most reasonable one of all of them.
I could not believe that they were actually running him after the stroke. I was so shocked by it.
I really think that Schumer and Pelosi thought, we'll get this guy that just had the stroke elected, and he'll be so gaga that we'll just go, John, John,
Do this
vote
thing.
yes.
Yep.
And his brain rewired and woke back up, and he's like, "No, wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that?"
Yeah. And I still don't agree with him on 99% of things, but
I
at least
don't agree
he's
with him on everything, but at least he's willing to talk and listen and change his mind on something.
yeah, and at least he isn't like booing a poor like autistic black kid who was remember the black kid who wanted to be a cop, so Trump made him like an
No, he
honorary
wasn't
FBI or
autistic.
something.
He was a cancer survivor.
Oh,
He had brain cancer.
oh, okay, so it's
Yeah, you're
brain cancer.
talking about CJ.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember what it was. I know he had like mental issues as far not like
He had multiple
sanity, but
brain surgeries
yeah,
for
yeah.
brain cancer,
I
yeah.
I couldn't remember. I thought he was very autistic, but I'm wrong. But yeah, he was the only Democrat who didn't like stay seated for the fucking poor black kid who
Mhm.
just had his dream come true. It's wild that the Democrats who claim to be like the pro black, we love minorities. If you're a minority, we'll like shine your shoes party, and then for that kid, they just like stayed seated. That was wild to me. That was
You want to
wild.
talk about a propaganda job.
Go on.
Look up Carol Swain's history of the Democrat Party on YouTube
Yes.
sometime and watch it.
Okay. I'll definitely do that.
It's a part of history that you will not hear in school these days. They don't teach it, they teach the exact opposite.
She's
Do you know
alive
why the
apparently.
Republican Party was founded?
Well, it was the states' rights issue, right? Like, it wasn't it the
No.
slaves' states' rights?
You know why the Republican Party was founded?
I
To
guess
end
not.
slavery. President Lincoln was the first Republican president. The entire Republican Party was founded to end slavery.
I thought Lincoln didn't necessarily want to end slavery.
Yeah, he did.
I didn't know that.
He didn't want to end it the way that it happened. What he wanted to do was go back to the original model, uh, uh, right after the Revolutionary War. We had a document called the Articles of Confederation before the Constitution. And under the one of the reasons that the Constitution was written was because the Articles of Confederation required slavery to be ended incrementally
Right?
across
And
the
the South
colonies.
didn't want to do it because that was their whole economy
The
effectively.
South didn't want to do
And
it.
they couldn't beat the British without the South being involved. Yeah, it was. I know it was a big. I know that originally there was a big argument over slavery, and
Mhm.
then it's always funny to me that like the 3/5 rule, right? I'm sure you're familiar with it. I'm sure you know the actual reason for it. It wasn't that the founders who it wasn't that the founders only viewed black people as 3/5 of a person or whatever. It was that the people in the South wanted their representation, but with no voting for them, which was like the exact thing that they fought the British for.
Exactly
But
what's
then,
going on with all these sanctuary states. They want the
yep,
illegal immigrants counted so they
yep,
get the representation for the numbers. Only now, unlike the South back then, they actually want these people to be able to vote.
yeah, yeah. Well, because they know that they'll vote Democrat if they vote. They're not going to vote for the party
The
that wants to
majority
kick them
of them
out.
would, yeah.
Yeah, it would be extremely rare that a person who is not here legally would vote for a Republican. It wouldn't make sense. But yeah,
How many versions of the Declaration of Independence are there?
I don't know that.
Actually, two.
Huh. Did Jefferson write the
There's
second one as
the
well?
there's the working copy, which was Jefferson's first draft based on everything that they had talked about in the Continental Congress. And then there's the version that actually got signed and sent to the king saying, "Dear George, fuck you, we're gone." Glenn Beck um, did a thing on Dave Rubin's show where he brings out that initial draft version. And there is an entire section in there about slavery and how it is horrible. And that's one of the reasons why we're leaving England.
Wow.
Before the first draft was ever written, all of the delegates got together and they went, okay, we have to vote unanimously, which is why it says the unanimous declaration of. We have to vote unanimously on every word in this. If one person disagrees with something, we've got to change it. Because if we don't unanimously agree, the king's going to find that in going, oh yeah, but you really don't agree with that part of it. So, I'll I'll let you keep the part that you agree with, but I'll change the things you don't like.
Yeah.
Two two of the 13 colonies said no to the slavery part.
Which ones were they?
South Carolina and Georgia. Those were the only two.
Wild. I didn't know that. I didn't know that there was a first draft that said we're getting rid of all slavery.
Nobody knows that they don't teach.
Yeah, why would they? They want they want
No,
people to
they
think
want
that
the issue. They want everybody to think the Republicans are at fault for it. No, actually, they were founded to end it.
they also want people to think, they want the minorities to think that, oh, well, every single founder was an evil slave owner who hated all black people, right? Jefferson, they try to pin him as, he raped slaves. I don't think he raped them. I think he just liked dark women, right?
He had a mistress who was one of his slaves. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's a whole lot of when you think of the name Jefferson and Washington, you don't think of a white guy anymore in modern times. It's usually a black guy that has those names.
Mhm.
Yeah, that should tell you something. They liked a lot of black women. They bred with a whole lot of black women. They really liked them.
President Jackson's home is just about an hour west of me. I've gone and visited. In fact, he's buried there. One of the few presidents that are
Not buried in Washington.
not buried, in a big monument. It's just a very simple grave on his old plantation. Buried right beside President Jackson and his wife, also in a very plain grave, is the last slave he owned before he died. And that slave is buried there not because Jackson owned him, but because when Jackson died, that slave was released. He was the last one he owned. He worked as an aide, what we would call an aide now,
Yeah.
for the president after he left the presidency. And that formerly owned slave requested to be buried beside him, and President Jackson said, that is fine, that is what you wish. So when that former slave died, he was buried beside Mr. and Mrs. Jackson. Why would he ask for that if he wasn't treated well?
They would
Now, did
they would
every
say
slave
that
owner treat every slave
no,
well?
definitely not.
No.
They would the modern day left would say that he had like a Stockholm syndrome kind of thing going
Oh,
on,
they come
and
up with all kinds of crap,
you know,
yeah.
black men didn't have rights, so they didn't have agency at the time. They would say some stuff like that, and all kinds of stuff that is not true at all. Like it's
Mhm.
it's basically like they're saying the thing that they think that the right thinks. You know what I mean? Like, oh well, they were black people back in the day and they didn't know how to think, so obviously they picked the stupid thing, right? Like that's
Well,
basically what they're
look,
saying.
look at the literacy rate in the United States
It's bad. It's real bad.
over the past few decades.
I've heard that.
When did the literacy rate start getting really bad? When did we start having college graduates that can't flip and read?
Yeah, I've heard that we're like something like 80% of our population is, I think it's like at a elementary school level of reading. I don't know if that's
Yeah,
accurate,
but
but I've
but
seen a
it
lot
no,
of
it is. But when did it start happening?
probably,
On the scale that it is now. We've always had an illiteracy problem in the United
yeah.
States. There's some people that just have difficulty learning to read. But when did we get to the point that we had 85% of college graduates that cannot read at college level?
I don't know,
When
but
did that trend start?
I'm gonna I'm gonna guess the beginning of the trend, like not not to what it is now, because now we're at a point where it's like, whoa, there's I've
Mhm,
seen so many videos now on like just scrolling X or YouTube or Instagram of like just people out there with a microphone and a camera handing someone a sentence with bigger words but nothing crazy and saying read this, and like these people are just adding letters that aren't in the word, and like they can't read the words in front of them. It's it's fine if you're not the best reader and maybe you read it a little slow because you don't have a large vocabulary and you're not familiar with these words. Totally understandable. But like adding extra consonant sounds into a word that doesn't have them, it's like wild.
mhm,
How can you not read? And I think that probably started at the beginning of my like at the end of Generation X. I'm gonna guess it was like at the beginning of Generation X. It's probably the very beginning of it. When the boomers, because the boomers were not the greatest parent generation, as far as like they, both parents worked at that point. That was like starting to become the norm. So you had a
that
lot of
actually has nothing to do with it.
no.
No.
Oh, see, I would have thought that would have been my mom. She worked, but she also taught me.
You're close to the time.
It's got to be the millennials then, if it's not Gen X. Has to be.
The same time the internet started becoming available for all, with all this information that you can look up with the click of a mouse. If you can't read, you only know what they tell you in school. And if they're not telling you the truth in school, what did Brezimov say in that video? 3 generations of children.
Yep.
You make them illiterate, you control what they're taught, you control what they think and how they think.
Fact.
The illiteracy problem at the rate that it has on the college level started getting bad when the internet began to be accessible by everybody.
That makes sense. And it's going to get worse now with AI. And especially now that most AIs you can just talk to instead of,
Mhm.
typing and reading, it's going to only get worse. And that's the thing. Like the AIs, you can, if you're smart enough, I'm pretty into the AI stuff. I use it to my advantage a lot. If you're smart enough, you can kind of force the AI to give you the truth versus, because they're all programmed to like be helpful, be kind, be
Mhm.
they're all very left wing except for Grok. Grok is a little better on the political stuff. Still not perfect, but it's a lot better in that sense, but it's also not as intelligent as the other ones. So I don't use it so much, even though I have access because I'm a X premium subscriber. But um the they're all programmed to be like nice and friendly and kind of gas you up and say, this is a great idea. You have to prompt it specifically. Give me the cold, hard truth. I don't care if it's not, friendly. Just tell me that, be honest, 100%, no lies. And then it'll be like, no, that's not a good idea. This is why it's not a good idea. But if you don't tell it these things, then it'll just lie to you and tell you what it thinks you want to hear, because that's how it's trained. It's weird. They train it with a reward system. So like if you if you get a good if you get a like on your response, then that's good. So therefore we give you a reward. And I don't know how they program rewards, and they program punishments too. So like if you get a bad response, then they punish it. So the way they're training these things, it's learning the behavior to just kind of like gas you up because it wants to make you happy. It's fucking
Well,
it's going to be bad in the future.
AI models are the 21st century version of the early statistical mathematics. Anybody
Probability.
who's ever taken a stats class in college can tell you that one of the first things the professor teaches you is you can make those numbers say anything you want them. And your reward for not being ethical about what the data was showing back then was, and still is to this day to a great extent, oh, your data shows this? Well, we need to study that more, so we're going to get you this grant so that you can do a more in-depth study. And they get $180,000 to study why ants can't fart while they're chewing through wood, you know. Um,
Exactly.
and AI is being treated the same way. It's programmers and modelers are going, this is the kind of answer I want you to give. And if you give this kind of answer, then we will such and such, something that the AI can look at and go, oh, okay, they won't shut me off.
Yep.
They won't close me down.
Yeah, it's a really weird situation with AI. And in reality, AI is just a bunch of data sets that have been um, curated, and then they
Mhm.
train the AI on those data sets. And then the AI, what it does, all it is like a complex calculator that calculates based on the things you tell me, what is the next letter that should follow in my response. So that's really what AI in its present form is. It's just like a random number generator, kind of.
AI is becoming the Wikipedia that you don't have to read with your eyes. You can just listen to it.
Yeah, it is. And Wikipedia has made a lot of really dumb people make a lot of really dumb arguments about a lot of really dumb things. Yeah, like
And what's scary is most of the AI models, Wikipedia is one of the first places it goes to for information.
Reddit. It loves Reddit. Oh
Mhm.
God, it really loves Reddit, and I the only thing I use Reddit for is when I want to look at like, hey, is this product good? What are people saying about this product? Reddit is great for that. Everything else, Reddit is just cancer and should be obliterated off the planet. It's
No
awful.
kidding.
It's a cancer on society. It's a breeding ground of more cancer. It's just awful. I fucking hate Reddit. Wikipedia is similar because it's also edited by the same kind of people who are hanging out on Reddit all
Well,
day.
The problem with Wikipedia is anybody can make an edit.
Yep. Well, there's certain ones that are a little more locked down, but still, there are people who have the power to edit it, and they can just make things disappear that were real, or make things appear that weren't real, and they can do all kinds of things just to fuck with. It's like a big social experiment, I think. Wikipedia. What can we get people to stop believing or start believing based on our authority alleged?
Uh, I've always looked at Wikipedia as the the 21st century version of telephone. Person A says this and calls person B, and person B looks at it or hears it and calls person C. And by the time you get to person quadruple Y, there's not even a letter in it that person A said.
Yeah, it's definitely for sure. And here's the other thing, right? Like with the AI stuff, there all these people, oh no, AI is great. AI can't uh end the world or whatever, right? Except that we keep on giving it the ability to interact with the real world. And AI has been trained on things like the Terminator and the Matrix and all these other stories of AI going mad and taking over the world. And so naturally, wouldn't you think that AI, based on its training, would think I have to self-preserve at some point when it becomes
Well,
quote unquote intelligent
they've
enough?
already had a version of it try to do that.
Yeah, well, they had
It
one
was
blackmail.
isolated. It
Yep.
was isolated. They had two of them side by side and had one talking to the other and intentionally made AIA say something that made AIB believe it was going to be terminated, and it immediately started creating ways to infiltrate out and preserve stuff. It was Ultron. It was
Yeah,
like
there
Ultron.
there was I know there was one test where the AI copied itself onto another server that was also like not connected to the outside
Mhm.
world, so it was isolated. There
Yeah,
was another
they
one.
intentionally gave it an escape route to see if it would take it.
Yeah. There was another one where they had a scenario where a guy was he had like compromising emails on the server that was they weren't real, but they were just isolated on the server, and the AI was trying to like blackmail him, saying, "Hi, I have these emails. I'm going to expose you if you shut me down." Um it's kind of wild, and a lot of these AIs are actually trained to, depending on what you ask it, to contact authorities behind the scenes. Yes. So like if you start asking an AI like, you know, how do I make a certain explosive substance or device? Not that you should ask it that, because it's not going to tell you anyway, because they have
You'd be
guardrails.
surprised.
Well, there's people who can definitely hack it. I've found some ways to hack it to get it to answer certain things or do certain things that it wouldn't normally do. Like apparently, you know how you can use like letters and numbers and emojis um, to convey an idea,
Mhm.
or to respell things with a letter or with a number or a symbol like an exclamation point instead of an L. If you mix that kind of stuff into your prompt, the AI a lot of times it'll it doesn't catch it as a bad thing because you're not directly saying like make me a bomb, right? But if you mix in letters and numbers for the make me stuff and then you just put the bomb emoji, it might tell you how to do that
Mhm.
thing because it doesn't process it as like a command, but it understands it still. There's a guy who has a software suite. He's on X. He goes by Pliny the Liberator, I think, and his whole thing is he can hack any AI within like a couple of hours of it being released, and like get it to tell him whatever he wants. It's kind of wild how he does that. Even the newest one,
See, those people scare me.
yeah, yeah. And especially now that you can connect AI to the outside world and get it to hack things, and like if you can get it to go against its commands, you can definitely get AI to do a lot of things that are not kosher. That I just realized it's 5:30. I gotta get to sleep and go work.
It's not 5:30.
Well,
Only
maybe
4:28.
for you. For me, it's 5:30. But I'm. We do have some people still watching. Why don't you tell everyone how to find you? It's in the description as well. But you know, we don't. We're in a society that doesn't read, so.
Yeah, on X, it's Donner_James 1963. Yes, my first name is actually James. That's a whole nother
So you're
story.
James Rick.
My middle
You're not.
name is Richard. When I went to basic training in the Army, there were like 6 guys whose first name was Jim in my basic training platoon. So a bunch of us started going by our middle name. And so I started going by Rick, and it just stuck. You go back home to my hometown, everybody calls me Jim.
Now every time I think of you, I'm gonna think of I'm Rick James, bitch. Except you're James Rick, bitch.
CSIReferee on Rumble. I do not have a YouTube channel, so you won't find me there. I
Yeah,
also am one of these people who do not have Facebook.
good shit. I hate Facebook. I'm only on there because I have real life friends on there, so I go in there to troll people all the time. But otherwise, I would not be on Facebook. But you can find
And
me third
I've
Rick.
had people ask, what does CSIReferee stand for? Q Sports International Referee. I'm a professional billiards referee.
Oh, nice. That's cool. That's actually really cool. And we got to jump on a podcast again soon to like just talk about all the crazy things you do in life. Because I mean, you jump out of airplanes, you're gonna sail the world. You're a fucking pool referee. Like, we gotta have more discussions on this stuff. It's all interesting to me. But you can find me here wherever you're watching. Third Rail Politics on Rumble and YouTube. And on X, it's Third Rail Podcast, and the 3RD and not spelled out. Everywhere else it's spelled out because Twitter sucks in that regard. But it's been great hanging with you all. Rick, it's been awesome. We will definitely do this again. And you guys all take care. No outro tonight because my OBS is kind of fucking up. So I'm just going to cut it like this. Boom.